This subcommittee will be composed of myself, as well as Senator Alexander, Fiore, Baruch, Wilcox, and Wilson. With that, we will enter into a call of the roll of Vice Chair Alexander,
Present.
Senator Fiore,
Present.
Senator Baruch,
Present.
Senator Wilcox,
Present.
Senator Wilson.
Present.
All right, with that, we make quorum. Is there anyone, well, we now enter into a period of public comment. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to make comment? Seeing none, we will now split into further subcommittees. All right, senators, you now have access to your rooms. To the treasurers in the room, we will send you right in. Good morning, Solar Equity.
Good morning. How's it going?
Have you passed the treasurer's test?
Yes, we took it in the fall, which I saw in an email. I believe it's still valid, correct, for this semester.
Can I get your last name?
Would.
I don't seem to see a result from the last name Wood.
I took it in the fall,
Yeah.
passed, and then I saw in an email that uh, it would still be valid this semester.
All right.
But I mean, I'm 99% sure I took it last fall.
Yeah. All right.
But if
Then
I need to do that, retroactively, I'm happy to. But I'm very certain that I did.
that's all right. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, that does mean we will have to fund at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward. But this checks out. I'll give you the next couple minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funding for.
Sure. Well, if you want to do the little overview.
Terrific. Yeah. Thank you, Andrew. Go ahead and get started. Solar Equity is a student-run nonprofit that solarizes affordable housing across the state of North Carolina. Carter here is the treasurer, and I'm the president and founder. In the past, we've solarized Habitat for Humanity homes, a 10-unit apartment complex owned by Empowerment, and are now looking to solarize the Jackson Center, as well as a church in Chapel Hill over on Rosemary Street. We're divided into 5 separate committees, with those being finance, networking, marketing, grant writing, and solar equipment. And what we really do is a lot of project management, We raise a lot of funds and then we kind of market those projects to kind of increase visibility for our partners. And we are here today to request money for a myriad of reasons, chiefly flip clause donation and website redesign. And I'll let Carter step into that real quick.
Sure. So, chief priority for us, we use Flipcause as our fundraising platform. So it, lets us solicit donations through our website, which is our main channel for private third-party donations. Um, as a young, growing nonprofit, like a robust, easy to use fundraising platform that lets us, track our donations and manage our donor base is absolutely essential. So that's $179 a month. We're asking for $2,200, which would be the annual cost with taxes and things. So that's priority number one. And then related to that, we have a website that's kind of just all right, but to maintain legitimacy and kind of our public facing image as a young nonprofit. We got a quote from a peer who's a web designer for $1,000 for a full professional redesign of our website. So that's priority number two. And then we use donation packets and posters and flyers for all sorts of things and for other fundraising purposes and publicity for our speaker series and things like that. So asking for $500 for printing cost there. And then we hold a campus speaker series on a biweekly basis. So asking for another $500 for event materials for these, food and refreshments, materials for the speaker, and things along those lines to make sure our speakers series are really effective. And then that last $1,500 that we requested for a solar project has become less important over the past week or so. But obviously still would absolutely love to have those funds to facilitate the completion of that project there.
Yeah, and just to further elucidate that last $1,500, it would be used to make a modification to a zoning compliance permit to remove 3 additional trees over on a project we have off of Merritt Mill Road. As Carter said, less essential now, nonetheless, it's still very important. It just doesn't take precedent over Flipcause and our website.
All right. Thank you for that. Under programming for the speaker series, you state that you intend to purchase food and refreshments with those funds. We cannot fund food outside of the food and security cycle back in the fall, so we won't be able to fund that part, but that'll just go into the share of the allocation that does not get appropriated. But the rest of it checks out with us. So in terms of cutting this down to fit our budget, where would you like the Senate's funds to be prioritized?
Definitely the Flipcause subscription is priority number one. $22 or $2,200 for a year of that. So that's number one. And then the website redesign, I guess kind of goes hand in hand with that, but a little bit less of a priority. But those are definitely the two chief expenses for us.
With that, that would be yes, supplies. Okay. I move that we appropriate $800 in the category of supplies
Second.
and $450 in the category of printing and publicity,
Second.
and then 0 in the category of programming.
Second.
All right. With that, solar equity has been appropriated $1,250 from the undergraduate senate in this cycle. These funds will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will have access to these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through the use of their reimbursement or their P cards. That is all that we have for you today, however. So thank you very much for coming. And if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go.
Great. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Good morning. Both of you are with the UNC Men's Water Polo Club, correct?
Yes.
Awesome. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of $420,000, and with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and describe to me what you need funds for.
All right then. We're the Men's Water Polo Club. We're the only one on campus. Right now, we're just requesting funds to help with our annual Easter tournament. We do it every year. We've been doing it for years. Teams come from across the country, so like University of Florida, University of Maryland, Naval Academy. It's one of the biggest on the East Coast, and the main things we're requesting funds for is to help pay for the refs, which is absolutely necessary, the balls, which you need to get tournament standard balls for the games, and then as well as club shirts, just to represent UNC. We do it every semester to try to keep up with the new guys that come in. So the main budget request is for the refs, which is always several $1,000s, which the request we made to the Senate would just help to pay for a part of that. Several hundred people show up from the teams as well as the people that come to watch the games. So it's a pretty big event.
All right. All of this checks out in terms of our guidelines. Now, since we will need to cut this down to fit the budget, where do you want to see the Senate's funds prioritized?
The most important areas would be the request to help with the pay for the refs as well as the balls.
All right.
So I believe that would be the under supplies and labor fees.
Yeah. With that, then, I'm going to move that in the category of labor fees, we appropriate at $500.
Second.
The category of supplies at $700,
Second.
and clothing at $0.
Second.
All right, oh. For supplies, did I say 700 or 200?
7.
You said 700.
Okay, correction. I moved to correct that to appropriate in the category of supplies 200.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, The UNC Men's Water Polo Club has been appropriated $700 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations requesting funding. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will have access to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office. Yes, and with the Union Business Office, you can either request reimbursement or make use of one of their P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you very much for coming.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. You are with the Turkish Student Association, correct?
Hi, yes, I am.
Awesome. Before we get started, I do want to say that we're working with a budget of $420,000. With a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funds for.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for meeting with us. So our organization is a cultural organization on campus. It is the only one that represents Turkish culture on campus, and our goal is for like people to connect in their community and also provide other people of an understanding of our culture. So we're requesting funds for four events, one of them being like much higher priority. So the event that we want to be our priority for funding is our end of year formal. We really want to enforce this one because it's really something that we can't do without funding, and we really think that it'll be very beneficial to our club, and we've been like planning this and talking to other clubs about it as well. So the end of year formal, it will intertwine socialization and culture. We are also in touch with Duke and NC State's Turkish Student Association so that there will be like networking opportunities for members as well. We expect there to be around 150 to 200 people. Obviously, everyone's welcome. You don't have to be Turkish, so we think that it'll be like beneficial to many people. For this one, we are asking for around $3,000 because of rental, areas and equipment and DJ hire. We will be covering the food ourselves. So we don't need funding for that because we know that the Senate doesn't cover that. So yeah, that one is our priority. And then we have a Turkish coffee and sweet night. The rest are very much like events on campus that'll be like smaller size events, and they're just kind of to allow for people to socialize and get to know each other, network, and just have something to de-stress from like the stress of college. The Turkish coffee night and sweet night, we just think it'll be a good way to fundraise for our other events as well, because we want to fundraise so that we can buy food for other events. And then from the Senate, we would just need like approximately $120 because we want to have a Turkish fortune teller, so to represent that side of our culture. And then like for like small equipment like cups and napkins and that stuff. And then our next event would be the mosaic craft night. This one, we just need $80 for equipment like colored paper, cardstock, and just craft equipment. And this one's goal is also just for socialization, relaxation, and during exam season. We will probably do it like after exams or something so that people have a place to come just to relax. We expect around like probably like 20, 30 people to come. And then lastly, we have a bouquet making event to celebrate spring. Spring's like a very important season in Turkey, and we think that it would be nice. So this one we're asking for around $400, $433, because flowers can be expensive. Um, but yeah, I mean, if Ekin has anything to add on, she's the president, she just joined, so yeah.
Hi. Okay, sorry, I don't know what exactly was discussed since I just got in. But so I think Zara's mentioned the total amount that we're requesting is $3,633. And our main priority is our collab formal event at the end of this semester that we are planning to host with Duke, the Duke Turkish Student Association at the Sancar Cultural Turkish Center. And I think that's like open to the public. I think that's a great way for Duke and UNC and potentially NC State Turkish graduate students or undergraduate students to come together and, network, meet one another, dance, like understand like Turkish cultural music because they can bring all of their friends from different cultures. So I think that like that's going to be a good melting pot event for a lot of people, and that's our main priority. But yeah, that's why I wanted to jump on here and express that if we can get money for anything, that formal event would be our top choice.
Cool. And now, in terms of the parts of that event that you would like funded the most, where would you like the Senate's funds to be prioritized there?
I think, sorry, Zara, I hope I'm not stepping on your toes, but I
Oh,
think
go ahead.
the event venue is our main pain point there. I think we might be able to get it at a discounted price because we do know the people at the Sunjar Center, which is the venue location that we would potentially be holding it at. But in the case that that doesn't follow through, we would be looking at about $1,875 for the venue itself. But if we can get that at a discounted rate, which I think is very plausible, then that extra money can be spent with decorations, with food, not food actually, because you guys don't fund food, but with decorations. And let's see, we're planning to get a DJ and maybe some money allocated towards that. And then for marketing and publicity, that's going to be a really big point of it. So I guess the tickets that we sell, all of that money will be going to food in that case.
All right.
Mhm. And Zara, if you have anything to add, you can go ahead.
I think you summed it up pretty well. But
Okay.
yeah, I mean, the formal is definitely our priority.
Then with that in mind, I'm going to move that in the category of supplies, we appropriate $100.
Second.
The category of building venue rental, we appropriate 700.
Second.
And then the categories of equipment rental, labor fees, and printing and publicity, we appropriate 0.
Second.
All right. With that, the Turkish Student Association has been appropriated $800 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to consider the budget bill, which will include all other organizations' funding requests. Once this budget bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will have access to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you today, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you.
Are we allowed to also apply for funding in the next cycle, or is that not for us?
The subsequent cycle is used as a sort of second chance for organizations who did not receive
Okay.
funds in the budgetary. So no, you would not be able to.
Thank you so much for your time. Have a great one.
Thank you.
You too. Good morning. We're both with the Slavic Club at Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Have either of you passed the treasurer's test?
Yes, I have.
You have. I don't see a result on here for you.
For Sasha Hossie for the Slavic Club at Carolina.
Yeah.
Does it have to be redone yearly?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So would it be possible to do the hearing and then I go back and complete it later today?
We do require that the treasurer's test be passed before the time of your funding hearing.
Mhm.
Though if later in the day we have time, and you manage to take and pass it, before we adjourn, it's possible that we can fit you in.
Okay, I'll do it immediately after we finish this.
All right. But yeah, until we have that passing treasurer's test score, we cannot hear a request.
Okay, gotcha.
All
right.
Yeah, so the committee, this subcommittee has empty blocks at 10:40, 1, as well as 4:50. It's possible that we might also have free time between then, but those are when we'll have free time. So take the treasurer's test. And
Okay, Aiden, would you be available at 1? I'm sure I could get it done by then.
Yeah, I'd be available at 1.
awesome. Cool. Then I'll pencil you in for there. If you were to have a passing score. But yeah, that's
All right, okay. I'll get started on that immediately then.
awesome. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank
We'll
you.
see you then.
All right. Now we have an empty block, or 2 of them, I guess. So now free until 10:50. Good morning. You're with Sis 2 Sis. Okay.
Yes, hello.
Hello. One sec. All right. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of $420,000, and with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization, yourself, and describe a little bit of what you need funding for.
Hello, my name is Kabong. I am the co-treasurer of Sis to Sis. We're an organization that aims to provide a community for women on campus. We do a lot of events such as mentorship that focus on mentorship, community building, and also service orientation. I don't remember the other question that you had.
And just if you could just give us a run through of your application
Okay,
to apply for.
so for this semester, we're planning a lot of events. The events that we're mainly focused on are the hair driving workshop, field day, professional development panel, and the baby shower drive. In our application, we included funding that we would need for supplies, also for posters and flyers, since we do that a lot. And also for any other like supplies that we might need, such as plates, utensils, cups. And that's the gist of what we're asking for funding.
All right. These do seem to check out in terms of our requirements, right? Yeah. So now in terms of us fitting this or cutting this down to fit the budget, where would you like to see the Senate's funds be prioritized?
For the baby shower drive, our field day, our hair drive and workshop, and then the professional development panel. So those are the main events that we would really appreciate funding for those. And we also plan on doing service events, which will require us to do traveling mostly in-state traveling, but they would be at least 30 minutes away. So at the end of the application, we did include a request for gas funds.
Now for gas, we do have a rigid requirement of the 54 cents per mile.
The mileage.
Yeah. Now, was this followed when calculating the 850?
It was a rough estimation. Since we don't have like the specific like service events set in stone, we pretty much calculated based off of how many drivers we would have, as well as it's our organization. A lot of our organization has freshmen who don't have cars, so it would require a lot of drivers.
Yeah.
So yes.
For if we are going to fund travel in any capacity, we do need to follow that requirement as laid out in an application. So if that is not present,
Okay.
wouldn't be able to. But that's
Okay.
fine. We'll come out in other places. Supplies, posters, yeah. Okay. All right, then with that, I'm going to move that in the category of supplies, we fund at 1,145.
Second.
The category of equipment rental at 180.
Second.
The category of printing and publicity at 300.
Second.
And then the categories of clothing, dues and fees, labor fees, programming, and travel at 0.
Second.
All right, with that, SIS has been appropriated $1,625 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the fall Senate meets to consider the budget bill along with all other organizations requesting funding. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will have access to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. That is all that we have for you today, however, so if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go.
Thank you. And I have one question. Does funding from fall semester roll over
Yes.
into this one?
Yeah.
Even with next like the spring funding that we receive?
Yeah.
Okay.
It adds up. You're able to use any funds received this year until LDOC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your help.
Of course. Have a good day. Good morning. You are with the Carolina China Network.
That's correct.
Awesome. Okay. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So just keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funds for.
Sounds good. Right. 5 minutes, is that correct?
Roughly, yeah.
I have our organization here as well, in case there are any questions that he can answer. Okay. Hello, I'm Jack Huo, treasurer of the Carolina China Network. The US and China have the world's most important and complex bilateral relationship. The annual China Leadership Summit, CLS, is a conference that aims to instill a deeper understanding of China while providing student delegates from all backgrounds with the environment, resources, and contacts to emerge as future academics, government officials, and business persons in US-China relations. Our purpose is to organize the CLS in collaboration with our Duke partner organization, the Duke East Asian Nexus. We'll be proudly hosting the 14th annual CLS Beyond Binary, Reimagining US-China Narratives in spring of 2024. The Duke UNC CLS is a 2-day weekend program taking place March 23rd to 24th in the spring of 2024. We'll host a formal welcome banquet, keynote speeches, a resource and career fair, presentations, panels, roundtable discussions, workshops, luncheons, and social events. We're requesting $1,600 for speaker honorariums for our 15 speakers. We're requesting $45 for publicization. We're requesting $2,900 in equipment rental for our Saturday program. We're requesting $614 in programming costs. We're requesting $348 in supplies. which includes stickers, lanyards, parking passes, and yes. Last year, our Friday venue cost $9,255. We requested $1,500 from the undergraduate and student government in the fall 2023 subsequent appropriations. We originally planned to gather the remaining $7,600 from this remaining cycle. Fortunately, we have secured much cheaper venues, and we would like to reallocate the $7,600 to the following. Requesting $4,000 for lodging expenses, $2,800.80 will be for speakers, and $1,100 will be for student lodging. And because of the 20% appropriation rate, I'd like to stress that we are most in need of lodging funds for speakers. So this $2,880 for speaker lodging is our most important expense. And we're also requesting $3,600 for travel expenses. Last year, we had 120 student delegates, as well as 16 speakers, including 2 UNC faculty speakers. This is not including our executive board. If we have the funding, we hope to accommodate more delegates for CLS 2024. As mentioned before, the annual China Leadership Summit is the primary purpose of the Carolina China Network and the Duke East Asian Nexus. We therefore consider this event vital to our organization. The China Leadership Summit offers an unparalleled opportunity for students from in and outside the state, and even from outside the country, to learn and engage with leaders and professionals in various fields, including academia, business, government, and social activism. Delegates will discuss some of the most pressing issues pertaining to Sino-US relations with their peers, as well as network with our speakers, companies, and each other. Our goal is to create an open and inclusive platform that fosters meaningful exchange and understanding of diverse ideas, perspectives, and experiences related to the current and future role of China in the international system. Speakers from last year include Handsome Smith, the former Consul General at Hong Kong and Macau, as well as Minister Xu Xueyuan, then acting Charge d'Affaires at the Chinese Embassy in Washington, D.C., the highest representative in the U.S. at the time. We are inviting Xie Feng, ambassador from China to the U.S. We're also planning on inviting the chancellors of UNC Chapel Hill and Duke to the event. For such a caliber of speakers, we wish to provide a fitting venue akin to last year's. As our mission is to bring a diverse array of perspectives on Sino-US relations, we prioritize inviting speakers from a broader range of backgrounds and fields. Last year, we had over 200 delegate applications from all backgrounds. Of these, over 70 were from out of state, who were all accepted. We ended up selecting the 120 most promising delegates to come based on their demonstrated interest in furthering their knowledge on China-US relations and its impact on the world. This year, we are seeking to offer more support for our out-of-state students, especially those who cannot otherwise afford to come. Just as sustainability and environmental protection is an important issue for both China and the US, we will also strive to do our best in this regard, inviting speakers to host talks and workshops on this issue, as well as selecting recycled compostable materials whenever possible, ensuring clearly labeled garbage and recycling bins at the event, and promoting sustainable practices to attendees. We hope the UNC Senate, Undergraduate Senate will help us make a successful China Leadership Summit this year. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Everything checks out in terms of our personal requirements of formulas and allowed materials and such. So, I know that you mentioned that the 2880 for speakers was your most important expenditure that you wanted to see funded.
That's correct.
Would you like to see this amount funded in full, or would you like to see other areas funded in smaller amounts as well?
So are you asking whether to have this fully funded or to have less of it and have other categories funded a little bit?
Yeah.
Well, I think we'd want to have the 2880 funded in full,
All right.
wherever possible. And I guess our second most pressing request would probably be for what area?
All right. Oh, seems like you might be cutting out a little bit.
Yes. All good?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Can you repeat the last thing that you said you were cutting out?
Oh, yeah, yes, so we said 2,880, that is, we want that to be funded in full. Speak
Uh,
could be funded in
all right. Then with that in mind, I'll move that we fund the category of lodging at $2,880
Second.
and the categories of equipment rental, printing, publicity, programming, speaker fees, supplies, and travel at zero.
Second.
All right. So with that, the Carolina China Network has been appropriated $2,880 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will have access to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you today, however, so if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you much.
Good morning. You're with the Carolina Association of Black Journalists. Can you hear me all right?
Yes. Good morning. Hi.
Hello. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce yourself and describe what you need funding for.
And I'm not sure if you can hear me right now. But
Yes,
I hear a message.
I can hear you. Oh, is the connection all right there?
Hello?
Hello.
You all right?
Yes.
I heard you. So I'm Nia Satterfield Brown. I am the president of the Carolina Association of Black Journalists. Is that all you said, or should I start explaining about my why?
We're working with a budget of about 420,000, and with a record number of orgs requesting money, we're going to have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. But I'll give you the next few to introduce yourself and guide me through your application.
Yeah, so I just want to request funds because the Carolina Association of Black Journalists plays a crucial role in promoting the diversity and inclusion within the field of journalism and ad PR, offering unique resources such as events and opportunities that benefit members, but also contribute to the broader UNC community. We had a large hand in the MLK Day of Action with the Hussman School, as well as bringing in speakers and providing internship opportunities to students that aren't just in the field of journalism, but in law as well. We brought in the Durham DA's office last week, as well as the communications firm. We're dedicated to fostering an inclusive environment that amplifies the underrepresented voices in journalism. In order to do that, we want to be able to bring in speakers that we're not able to afford. We currently have a budget of $1,000, and that's used pretty much to try and get local speakers in, trying to bring back alumni, and also have food and drinks for our event. So we're just really trying to cast a broader net and bring in more people, be able to provide the resources to have more events, because right now we're just using what Hussman has to offer. So we want to be able to really just promote a great environment and ensure that diverse perspectives are heard and represented in Hussman and also just the broader UNC community. So in order to do that, we would like the funds to be able to put on more events, to be able to do collaborations with other schools as well, and bring in those speakers that we think will help our goal of diversifying the newsroom.
All right. Wonderful. On your application, it does say that your group is unwilling to identify student government as its sponsor. Is this accurate?
No, I don't think that's accurate. I didn't mean to click that. I don't think.
All right, that's fine, as long as we can get the
Yeah.
confirmation.
Yeah,
That's more than
sorry.
fine. In terms now of us cutting this down to fit the budget, where do you want to see the Senate prioritize your funds?
Like what area?
Yeah.
I guess like events. Is that a
Well, okay, so more the funding categories that we use.
okay. Do you mind outlining those categories, which were just for like speakers and events and like having that resource? That's the primary.
I'm sorry?
Like having just bringing in speakers and like being able to put events kind of the primary area. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
That's the thing, all bounds.
Then with that, I'm going to move that we fund the category of supplies at 100.
Second.
The category of speaker fees at 1,400.
Second.
And the categories of programming and dues and fees at 0.
Second.
All right. Well, with that, the Carolina Association of Black Journalists has been appropriated $1,500 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to consider the budget bill along with all other organizations requesting funding. Once this budget is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will have the ability to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office. And with them, you can either request reimbursement or make use of their P cards for upfront purchases. That is all that we have for you today, however. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go.
Question. So will this be outlined in an email after you guys finish with everybody? Just so I can like have a good understanding of what next steps are? Or
In terms of the money that you've received?
Mhm.
Yes. So
Okay.
actually, the appropriation that I just made can be found on that same website that you applied for the funds for.
Okay, perfect.
And additionally, once we pass the budget bill, I will send an email to everyone that received funds in this cycle with that bill so you can look through and see properly what was appropriated.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. And you said the number was 1,500?
Yes,
Okay. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time.
of course.
Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
Bye.
Good morning with Carolina Vibe Dance Team. Can you hear me all right?
I can, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. All
Awesome.
right. Before we get started, I do want to say that we're working with a budget of $420,000, and with a record number of orgs requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funds for.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. First of all, thank you for agreeing to meet with me right at this time. I know you're very busy with all of your funding hearings, but I'm happy to represent Carolina Vibe this morning. It is a dance team that is very, very near and dear to my heart. It's mostly a team comprised of formerly competitive dancers, and we uphold a level of professionalism and advanced skill. We're very committed to our craft. We practice multiple times a week. We perform jazz, lyrical, contemporary, hip hop, a variety of dance styles, and we really strive to make it a home for all of our dancers. I know I can say on behalf of myself that they're some of my best friends that I've met. So it's a very safe space for us to navigate college life and also continue to practice our craft of dance that I know is super duper important to the mental and physical health of so many of our dancers. Should I go ahead and start talking about the finances, or do you want me to go ahead and wait on that front?
Yeah, you can go into
Okay.
the things that you've requested.
Sure. So we're requesting $4,000 for the building and venue rental because I'm super duper excited to share that we are booked from, or we're hoping to get Memorial Hall this semester. It'll be the first time in several semesters that we're going to get Memorial. So it's a very big deal. And $4,000 is the cost to rent the facility. That's like a flat rate that Memorial offers. So we would need to get that for the building venue rental. We also have the $500 for clothing. We've got $300 for equipment rental, $500 for labor fees, and $200 for printing and publicity. And those are all going towards our spring showcase, which happens annually. And like I mentioned, that'll be a memorial this year. Fingers crossed. So all those funds will go towards putting on our spring showcase, which we use as just a way to share our choreography and all the hard work we've put in this semester with friends, family, community members. And we're hoping to get a turnout of around 800 people this semester, which would be really, really awesome, plus our roughly 30 members.
All right. Well, this checks out in terms of our requirements.
Okay.
Now, oh, one more on your application. It says your group is unwilling to identify student government as its sponsor. Is this accurate?
I believe so. That's what we've typically said. But
we do have a requirement that any organization that receives funding from student government state somewhere during either an event, a public
sure.
post material that such an event was sponsored.
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. As long as we can get that.
Is there any way that I can go in and edit that, or do I need to sign something to
as long as we
verify?
can get the confirmation verbally here.
Okay. Yes, absolutely.
Now, in terms of us cutting this down to fit the budget, where would you like to see the Senate's funds prioritized?
I would definitely prioritize the building and venue rental, as that's something that we're really striving to achieve this semester. So I would probably rank that as my number one choice. And the labor fees are typically pretty important to us as well, just so we can have staff for our showcases.
All right. Then with that in mind, I'm going to move that we fund the category of building venue rental at 1,000.
Second.
The category of labor fee at 250.
Second.
And then the categories of clothing, equipment rental, and printing and publicity at 0.
Second.
All right, with that, Carolina Vibe Dance Team has been appropriated $1,250 from the Undergraduate Senate this cycle. Your budget request will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to pass the budget bill along with all other organizations requesting funding. Once the bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will have access to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards.
Okay.
That is all that we have for you today, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you again for meeting with me. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
You too. There's a break in there here early. We can here dive in now. Good morning. You're here with Dive In.
Yes.
All right. I know we're a few early, but got time and you're here. So if you're ready, we can hear your request at this time.
Yes, I'm ready.
All right. Oh,
Do you want me?
first, I do just want to say that we're working with a budget of $420,000. And with a record number of orgs requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20% on average. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next couple minutes to introduce your organization as well as your request.
Got it. Thank you. I'm Olivia. I'm the treasurer for Dive in Chapel Hill. We're a club at UNC that works to serve underrepresented children in the local community by teaching them swim lessons and water safety. So we run lessons every Sunday throughout the semester from 1 to 2 at Bowman Gray. And this semester we like to run 10 sessions for these children, and we're requesting $600 to cover the cost of pool rental fees.
All right. Sweet. On your application, it does say that your group is unwilling to identify student government as its sponsor. Is this accurate?
I wasn't quite sure what that question meant.
Yeah, okay. So as a rule, any event held by an organization that is funded in part or whole by funds from student government need to state somewhere at either that event or somewhere on a publication, if it is so that such a thing was sponsored in either part or whole by student government funds.
Got it. Yeah, that is totally okay with us. I just didn't
Alright.
understand what it, but
Cool.
yes.
As long as we can get that confirmation, that's more than fine. I would usually ask where you'd like to prioritize funds, but since it's all in one category, I think we can be more than fine, moving that we appropriate in the category of building venue rental, $500.
Got it. Thank you.
Do I hear a second? From one of the members of the committee?
Second.
Thank you. All right. So with that, Dive In Chapel Hill has been appropriated $500 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your request will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations requesting funding. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards.
Got
That
it.
is all that we have for you today, however, so if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you for
I have
coming.
one last question for you. If we would like to request more funding in the next cycle, are we able to or no? Because we got funding this cycle.
Yes, so the subsequent cycle is used as a sort of second chance for organizations that did not
Got it.
or were not able to receive funding in the main budgetary cycle, so no.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. All right, have a good day.
You too.
Bye.
And with that, our budget, our lunch break is going to start at 11:50 as opposed to 12.
She got here really early for her meeting.
Works out for us. Fit her in before before Legacy Productions was even assigned. All right. Good morning. You're with Legacy Productions. Oh, it looks like one more should be joining. There we go. All right. Can you both hear me all right?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes.
Cool. Before we get started, I do just want to say that we're working with a budget of about $420,000. And with a record number of orgs requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. But just keep this in mind as we go forward. But with that, I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funding for.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so I guess we're going to start just introducing ourselves. So my name is Trey. I'm the current president of Legacy.
I am Colin. I'm the current treasurer of Legacy Productions.
Yeah, and today we're just pretty much asking you guys for, I guess, funding for this semester and tell you a little bit about our club first.
So let me introduce you about Legacy first. We are a music club that specializes on music productions, and we help UNC producers grow and publish their work eventually. We're open to major and non-major students, and we are the only club doing this at UNC. There are also other clubs doing music productions, but we are the only club that help individual producers and students grow at UNC. And because of this, we have a really diverse individual producers group. We do all the genres basically. We have rock, country, hip hop, R&B, and all the other stuff. Like I personally do J-pop. And we're also a community, even though we have so many differences. We help each other make music because there's so many processes in music that we can collaborate, like producing, songwriting, vocal, and stuff like that. And so I have a reason to believe we represent a really special student group at UNC.
Yeah. And from there, I guess I just kind of want to talk about our general goal for this semester. So as a club, our two main goals is to release an album at the end of the semester and to also have a showcase and have many performances for our artists to be able to go to and perform. And going from previous years, I guess previous issue that we ran into multiple times from the last couple years was when we went to performances. It was the speaker setup and the mic setup. We've had multiple cases where the mics were not working and we had to end up having to bring like our own that like from home, or that the speaker system were simply just not loud and people could barely hear the music that was being played. And so from that, we've decided we kind of have the aspect of our album, like as far as the production side, we have that set down, the connections for that seem very good. But on the performance side, we were, I guess, not be able to get the quality that we were hoping to for our artists. So that's what we are requesting for the Harbinger speakers. And I know you discussed about the terms as far as about how much wiggle room and how much finances that there are at the moment available. But I'll just still state, I guess, just specifically like why we chose those specific ones, and then you guys can let us know from there on. Obviously, I guess logistically speaking, but for those specific speakers, we chose them just because we know, like I did like a lot of research on the specific size, needed to have the subwoof, mid-range, and treble, which is like the low frequency, mid-range frequency, and high frequency. And with it, it allows us to do a lot of different vocal mixing, which allow our artists to sound honestly like really good. And it also gives us a lot of versatility because we can change all those knobs and adjust like the amount of bass, amount of treble, mid-tone. So if we do different types of showcase, because some we're planning on doing is more like around like the streets, maybe doing some busking or just like at the pit. So if that's the case, then we can actually change those tones to actually match the setting or to be a little less distracting when need be. And then also giving us the amount of power that we need when we need to actually have the power. And then from there, we're going to look at, I guess, the mics, because the mics would obviously have to go with that. So we looked at two Shure speakers that were wired in, and they were like, the reason why I chose those is because they were the best, I guess, bang for your buck. They're very durable, and since we know this is a club ran by students, it would be probably some drops would happen. So just the fact that I looked and they said this thing's been dropped, they dipped it in like water and all the other stuff, and it was still working. So I was like, this seems like a sure bet. But I think this the fact that we are like a new club. We started last semester. And as far as like sustainability, I feel like these aspects are very vital for our club's future. Just as far as like being able to give the students in our club what they're hoping to get out of the club. We have a lot of professors backing us on this. We also have an entire, I guess, music studio called Sonark Media that's also backing us. But it's just the fact that we need more funding to actually be able to get the quality for the students that they're hoping to get. So I guess this is just kind of us reaching out in hopes that you guys could, I guess, help us out in that department and give these students, I guess, a new voice, because there's nothing like this at UNC. And I just think that we're here to stay. We're here to make some really good music and really honestly professional sounding music. So that's what we're hoping to get these speakers to be able to get that sound for the students. And thank you.
All right, cool. Well, I mean, all of this fits into our guidelines. There's nothing that we can't fund, and the rest of the application checks out. While I would normally ask where you'd like our funds to be prioritized, you've only requested money in supplies. So I think it's appropriate that we move to fund the category of supplies at $500.
Second.
All right, so with that, Legacy Productions has been appropriated $500 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to consider the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. That is all that we have for you today, however, so if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you very much for coming.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your time.
Take care.
You too. Good morning. You are with UNC ICTAL. Can you hear me all right?
Good morning.
Yes, we can.
Before we get started, I do want to say that we're working with a budget of $420,000, and with that and a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funding for.
Hey, hi, good morning. I'm Priyanka and I'm the treasurer for UNC ICTAL.
I'm Shruti and I'm the fundraising chair. ICTAL is a competitive dance team on campus. In fact, we are the only Indian classical competitive dance team at UNC. UNC ICTAL strives to bring together those with classical training and a keen desire for learning and to further the understanding and appreciation for ancient Indian art forms such as Bharatanatyam and Kathak. On campus, we strive to enrich our community with cultural diversity and bridge cultural gaps through dance. But at our core, we are a competitive dance team, and we strive to bring our name out to the nation at every competition we attend. This spring, we have attended or plan to attend 2 to 3 competitions and hope to bring representation for our amazing university. But in order to do this, we need funds.
This spring, we're requesting money for a plethora of different things. The first thing we're requesting is $1,000 for clothing, and this is to buy our costume jewelry so that we look more professional on stage. And this is necessary for our ancient classical dance form as it's as it's symbolic of our culture. And if we don't have the necessary pieces that we need, we could be deducted points from our competitions. We're also requesting $6,352 for dues and fees, and this is mainly for our competitions. We attended one competition early in January in San Diego, and we will attend another one late February in Raleigh. And for these competitions, they require a number of fees and dues to be paid. This includes security deposits and individual fees per person, as well as other miscellaneous fees. We're also requesting $500 for programming in order to purchase travel supplies. So this includes things like suitcases or packaging foams, jewelry boxes, in order to properly store our performance materials while we're traveling to these competitions. And this will allow us to increase the longevity of all of our items and also prevent us from buying more of these supplies like in the future. We're also requesting this programming money for our performances. So we would like to buy things like stage markers and props, etc., for more professional appearances during our performances.
We are requesting $350 for supplies for our cultural performances, such as bobby pins, safety pins, and other non-jewelry or costume materials that are critical to our performance and improve our appearance on stage. We are requesting $6,708 for our competition or travels fees. Firstly, for our competitions, we traveled to our first comp in San Diego, for which we had to book plane tickets and back for 15 people, which cost $6,000. And we would like to request 60% of that, which is $3,500. We flew from the Charlotte airport on Frontier to ensure the cheapest travel option compared to flying from RDU. We drove to Charlotte from Chapel Hill, so we are also requesting for the gas expenses. On the way back, we flew on Spirit Airlines and had 2 layovers, once again making sure we kept our travel costs to a minimum. Our second competition is at NC State, and we will be driving there, so we will incur gas expenses there as well. We placed second at the first competition, so we have a high chance of making it to nationals. The national competition is in Chicago, so if we are fortunate enough to compete, we will need to book plane tickets there and back as well.
Okay, this is all we have for you guys today. Thank you so much for your time. Do you have any questions for us?
All right, thank you. We'll have a couple. Everything seems to fit into our individual requirements on formulas and allowed appropriations and such. So I guess now in terms of us cutting this down to fit within the budget, where would you like the Senate's funding to be prioritized for you?
We would prefer like prioritization for travel as well as dues and fees.
All right. All right. I'm going to move that we fund the category of travel at $1,608.
Second.
The category of dues and fees at 1,700.
Second.
And then the categories of supplies, programming, and clothing at 0.
Second.
All right, so with that, UNC ECTOL has been appropriated $3,308 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th, when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is signed or passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will have the ability to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you today, however, so if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we're done with our morning appropriations. We now have a lunch break until 1 p.m. For the Slavic Club, which might have passed the treasurer's test since then. Oh, no. Okay. Well, I'll see you back at 1.
Hello.
Hello.
Andrew Sasha told me that she was waiting on a message to see if she got approved for the treasurer's test.
Uh, her second attempt now was a 72, which is also not passing.
That's unfortunate. Okay.
So without a passing score, the Slavic Club will not be able to receive funds in this cycle, but we will have one final opportunity for funding at the end of February with the spring subsequent cycle, where you'll be able to apply for up to 1,500. Yeah, information regarding that will be released by Student Life about the time that the budget bill is passed on Valentine's Day.
Okay.
So until then, keep taking the treasurer's test to get a passing score.
And that's absolutely the next chance we're out for this cycle.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. With that, I move that we appropriate for the Slavic Club at Carolina, all categories at 0.
Second.
Good afternoon, Alpha Epsilon Delta Pre-Health Honor Society. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
Awesome.
wonderful.
Before we get started, I do want to state that we are working with a budget of $420,000, and with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of about 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funds for.
Okay. So we are Alpha Epsilon Delta. We are the Pre-Health Honor Society here on campus. Above all, we really never want financial costs to be a barrier for anyone that's interested in joining or already in AED. Our organization is made up of a collective of pre-health students from a diverse range of backgrounds, and we want our organization to be accessible to everyone. So going in specifically to my funding request, I requested just over $4,000 for lodging costs. This is using the $35 per person per night for this estimate. And this would cover the cost of lodging for 40 people for 2 nights at one of our weekend bonding retreats that we hold semesterly. This is supporting one of AED's main memberships or main pillars of membership, which is social. We want to provide our members with the opportunity to form connections with each other outside of an academic setting. And we don't want to limit these retreats to those who just have the financial means to pay large amounts. And this would also cover the lodging cost for 5 of our members to attend the AED National Convention for 4 nights in March, totaling in at just over $1,000 for that. For travel, I requested around $2,000. This is because we host a variety of off-campus events, and for all of those events, we purposefully organize carpools with our members, so travel expenses aren't as high, but gas expenses are a little inevitable. And this funding would help us uphold 2 of the 3 pillars of our organization, parts that are essential to the function of our org. Specifically, this includes travel to our bonding retreats and the AED National Convention, totaling nearly $1,500 together for those 2. For building and venue rental, I requested $3,000, and this goes towards supporting both our academic and social pillars. We like to host events with other pre-professional organizations on campus to give our members a chance to network outside of our organization. And this is because we recognize the importance of connections within and across fields. So this directly supports both academic and social efforts. And this is based on a quote that we've received from multiple venues on Franklin Street and the surrounding area that have quoted us nearly $1,000 each. For supplies, I requested $700. This supports our service and recruitment efforts, supporting group service projects that our members decide on. For just one event in which we made tie blankets for the UNC Children's Hospital, just to make 50 blankets, that cost around $400. For dues and fees, I requested $3,000. This funding would go to support registration fees for our members for the National Convention at $200 per person for 5 people. And this would also go to the registration fees for our Rise Against Hunger service event that we're planning to host this semester, supporting our service pillar. And then lastly, I requested just over $2,000 for programming. This would cover the costs of a lot of our social events, which is our 3rd pillar. These events are integral to our organization as it allows members to get more comfortable with one another and so that they can better support each other outside of just being in social settings. For example, we go to Spring Haven Farm, and for a group of 30 people at $24 each, this would be over $700 for just this event. And these events are essential for fostering the connections between our members that allow them to better succeed in academic healthcare settings.
All right. Well, it all checks out in terms of our requirements. I guess the question now is, since we will have to cut this down to fit the budget, where do you want the Senate's funds to be prioritized for you?
I think the 2 categories that I would like to prioritize would be lodging and venue rental. Those are probably the most outstanding costs we have.
All right. All right. With that, then, I move that for the category of lodging, we appropriate at a rate of 1,225.
Second.
Category of building venue rental at 2,000.
Second.
And then the categories of dues and fees, programming, supplies, and travel, we appropriate at 0.
Second.
All right, so with that, Alpha Epsilon Delta has been appropriated $3,225 from the undergraduate senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized at the end of, or on February 14th, when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through the use of their reimbursements or their P cards. That is all that we have for you today, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you for coming.
Okay. I did have one question really quick. This is a little bit more general. I know last semester my organization was appropriated some money for the programming, and I just wanted to ask a little bit more about the specifics of what that can be used for. I've looked more into like the student code and stuff, and I couldn't really find a lot of information.
Programming tends to be a sort of catch-all. It's mostly in practice used basically as another term for supplies, but it can kind of be used for things that do not otherwise have a place, but also within the general guideline of what you put in your application.
Yes, okay. So is there a way that like funding that was appropriated last semester could be, I guess for lack of a better word, kind of appropriated into different categories?
Yes, so that would be a line item change through the Office of the Treasurer. The form to request a line item change can be found on the executive branch's Heal Life page. It's, I'm pretty sure, the only form on their page. So you submit that, and then the treasurer would process that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for your help.
Of course.
Okay, I think that is all. Have a good rest of your day.
You too. Good afternoon. You're with Carolina ARVR.
Yes, that's right. Am I good to go?
Before we get started, I do want to say that we're working with a budget of $420,000, and with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next few minutes to introduce yourself and your organization and sort of guide me through your application.
Okay, sounds good. I'm Christina. I'm the treasurer of Carolina ARVR, which is UNC's sole XR development organization. We provide students with the opportunity to interact and engage with virtual reality technology. It's a unique experience at the CS department. But basically today we are requesting funding for multiple things. The first of which is 3 new Apple Vision Pro headsets. This is probably our most important request due to the fact that it is a new technology being offered by Apple. We're trying to obtain this technology in order to expose students to the Apple Developer Program, which is according to our knowledge, offered by only one other organization in the CS department, so it would be a unique opportunity. We are also requesting money for new Vive trackers, which are integral to our hardware development team, in order for them to make applications that accurately track the human body. We are also requesting funding for new hardware to hold our headsets and keep them safe as we represent UNC at different events and student initiatives. And lastly, we are requesting money for 5 students to attend the AWE conference in Los Angeles, which is the biggest XR conference in the United States. We're requesting money because it would be a good, unique opportunity for students to interact with industry leaders in a way that we can't really support in North Carolina. So yeah, that's basically it.
All right. Since we will have to cut this down to fit the budget, where would you like to see the Senate's funds be prioritized?
I would like to see them prioritized in capital expenditures.
All right. Cool. Then in that case, I'm going to move that we fund the category of capital expenditures at $3,000.
Second.
The category of supplies at 321,
Second.
and then the category of travel at 0.
Second.
With that, Carolina ARVR has been appropriated $3,321 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th, when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will have access to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. That is all that we have for you today, though. So thank you very much for coming. If you don't have any more questions, then you're free to go.
Great, I'm good. Yes, thank you so much. Have a good day.
You too. Good afternoon, Christina. You're with Alpha Kappa Delta Phi.
Yes.
Awesome. Before we get started, I do want to say that we're working with a budget of $420,000 just about. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward. But I will give you the next few minutes to introduce yourself and your organization and then sort of guide me through this application.
Okay, perfect. I know we don't start until 1:30. Should I still go ahead because I'm waiting for my president to join, if that's okay? Or should I just go ahead and get started?
You can go ahead and get started now. Let them know.
Okay. Let me go ahead and get started, and my president will be on the way whenever she's on. Okay, so I know that we can't get all of the money that we requested for, but I wanted to highlight a few of the portions that we outlined in our request, which is membership dues and fees. On top of that, traveling, because included in dues and fees is our convention that we are required to go to. And then I also want to highlight programming. So Alpha Kappa Delta Phi is an international Asian intersorority with currently 58 active chapters located around numerous universities across the country and also in Canada. And the sorority is composed of highly motivated women with diverse backgrounds, interests, and fields of study. And the purpose of our sorority is to promote sisterhood, scholarship, leadership, and Asian awareness in the community, but also to outreach out of the community as well. So I just wanted to give you a quick run through of what our organization stands for. So to get started, I just want to highlight our first portion of membership dues and fees.
Currently, each national member due is $110 for 20 people. Then we have our national convention registration dues, which is $300 per person, and we have 10 members that need to go because it has to be 51% of the active house. So this national convention is really important to us because this is a chance for us to meet other Asian women who are equally motivated and equally focused on creating a diverse and safe space. So I just want to point out that we really would like this funding to be given to us because we are required to go, but this is also a learning opportunity for us to bring that knowledge back to the UNC campus. And I'm sorry, it's not $300, it's actually $400 per person. Same with the Mid-Atlantic Sister Conference. It's where we get to learn about different orgs, how we stand and how we do things. And then we have our regional dues, which is $15 per member, and we currently have 20 members, so it's going to be $300. And then Multicultural Greek Council is the cultural Greek organizations that come together, and we have to pay that fee as well. So that's just a brief overview of our membership dues and fees, but I just really want to, like I said, emphasize our national convention registration and our Mid-Atlantic Sister Conference dues. So for us to be able to go to somewhere like that where it's not near a UNC campus, we would have to travel either through a plane or through car. So I want to highlight next our travel section. So we will need gas reimbursements to drive up to the University of Virginia to attend the conference that upholds our pillars of Asian awareness, sisterhood, service, and scholarship and leadership. This is really important, like I said, to really diversify our perspectives, and we can bring that back to UNC campus and spread that to other people who are interested in Alpha Kappa Delta Phi, and also bring it back to other multicultural Greek councils where we get to share our culture with each other. So for the national conference, it's going to be in Dallas, so that means we have to take plane flights. If we consider 10 members going and we roughly bring the flight down to $100 per person, that's going to be $1,000. And if we have $50 as a full tank for our ride up to Virginia, and we take full three cars, it's going to be $150. So that's how much we're requesting for travel. We really tried budgeting down on this so that we could really get the max amount of money for the section. So combined together, that's our portion for membership dues and fees, and then travel. Moving on to another section that I really want to highlight to you guys is programming. At the very beginning of each semester, I bet everyone's heard of this, is we hold rush events for a 2-week time period for our new member recruitment process. While we do select our new recruitment members separately, during this rush process, we have nearly 50 girls come out every day trying to learn about our pillars and learn about our cultures that we represent within the sorority. So I think it's really important that we are able to get reimbursed for this so that we can have a larger outreach to Asian girls, not just East Asian, Southeast Asian, and whatever they identify with. So this semester, we hosted 9 events in total for Rush Week, and we, like I said, really upheld our pillars of Asian awareness and sisterhood. And we also had service events where we outreach back to the community, giving back to the homeless shelters. So I think we really did a good job being a well-rounded group when trying to program. We also do our service projects based on breast cancer awareness, which is not only affecting people on campus and not only raising awareness within the students, not just Asian students, but just any students in general. It has a larger outreach to a place close to us where it's UNC Hospital. So I think we really do have a direct impact. So we asked that we receive $200 reimbursement or funds for the rush events. And then we also ask an additional $100 where we're hosting a cultural art festival with the cultural organizations on campus to wear awareness about different cultures like food, languages, music, etc. And I think this would be a really open opportunity to anyone on campus to just come and enjoy the vibes, but also educate themselves on the large group of students that we have on campus. Okay, that's it for me.
All right. A couple things to note. By law, we cannot fund dues to supranational organizations. So we would not be able to fund the national member dues, the regional dues, or the Greek Council dues, but we would be able to fund the registration fees for the National Convention and the Mid-Atlantic Sisterhood Conference. And then for travel, we do have specific rates that we're allowed that we can fund certain things at. So for the airfare, we can fund at 60% of the actual cost. So that max would be 600 for the flights. And then for cars, we go off of a mileage basis. So 33 cents per mile per car for trips over 100 miles. And without that formula followed, we would not be able to fund that gas mileage. But with those two things in mind, where would you like to see the Senate's funds be prioritized?
Can you clarify on what you mean by like where you want the Senate funds like prioritized? Do you mean like what category do we want it to be
Yeah.
prioritized in?
Yeah.
Okay. We would like the prioritization in member dues and fees. So the convention fees that you mentioned that we would be able to receive funding for.
All right. Then in that case, I'm going to move that we fund the category of dues and fees at 1,400.
Second.
The category of travel at 600.
Second.
And then the categories of clothing, labor fees, lodging, printing and publicity, programming, and supplies at 0.
Second.
All right. So with that, Alpha Kappa Delta Phi has been appropriated $2,000 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations requesting funding. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you today, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you for coming.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. You're with the Carolina Health Samaritan Society?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, before we get started, I do want to say that we're working with a budget of $420,000. And with a record number of orgs requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and guide me through your request.
Quick question. Does it appropriate mean that like people have been getting 20% of their budgets?
Yes, roughly.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I can get started. Hi, my name is Santoshini. I am the treasurer for CHSS, Carolina Health Samaritan Society. With approximately 751 members, we are one of the largest health organizations on campus. Our goal for this semester is to continue to build our diverse student body so we can grow our impact on the Chapel Hill Carborough community and help more students gain exposure to health-related fields. To provide them with many opportunities, CHSS is hoping to hold a variety of events from shadowing and informational panels to team building events. To start, we are lucky to be working with 25 physicians in our virtual shadowing series, 6 volunteer coordinators, such as with the SecU Family Home, and 8 other health-related guest speakers who will be presenting at our general body meetings and club events this semester. These events are aimed to help students get their questions answered about their pre-professional journey and gain exposure to healthcare fields. To show our appreciation for these amazing healthcare professionals, we are requesting funding in the form of honoraria. Along with this, we hope to promote the club as a whole and grow its community through social events. We would love to gain funding to publicize through banners and flyers, t-shirts, stickers, and cards, painting the union cube, renting student union tables, and purchasing color packets for the color run. We hope to host other events as well, such as a painting night, a Bob Ross night, a tote bag painting night, and plenty of other events from January to April for painting, coloring, and relaxation. We have included these events in our budget through the materials needed to host these opportunities for community involvement. In addition, we are planning to conduct social media giveaways and trivia nights in which we are requesting the budget to provide the winners with gift baskets with items such as jerseys. Events like this will increase the student body's involvement with the club and provide an incentive for others to explore what we have to offer. Finally, to facilitate communication with our student body of nearly 751 members, we are requesting funding for MailChimp and Canva Pro subscriptions to make weekly emails and graphic design easier for our communications and publicity teams. We greatly appreciate the full funding that we received last semester. With this money, we were able to carry out all the events that we had hoped to while growing our student community. We believe that the funding we have requested for this semester will allow us to achieve our goals of benefiting the Chapel Hill Carborough community and our own Carolina community by giving students exposure to health-related fields.
All right. Well, everything fits within our guidelines. So now in terms of cutting this down to fit within our budget, where would you like to see the Senate's funds be prioritized?
Programming and speaker fees.
All right. Then with that, I will move that we appropriate in the category of speaker fees, $500.
Second.
And the category of programming, $900.
Second.
And then printing and publicity, 0.
Second.
All right, so with that, the Carolina Health Samaritan Society has been appropriated $1,400 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to consider the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you today, though, so if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you.
There's no way to increase anything in the programming section.
We could take money from speaker fees and give that to programming if you would like.
But like in general, just increasing how much we're getting, just because it's a lot less than we usually have gotten in the past, and we kind of end up using the majority of it.
Yeah, well, we are largely limited by the strained budget with so many organizations requesting funding. So that top line amount will have to stay.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great rest of your day.
You too. Bye.
Good afternoon. You're with Unicorn K-pop dance team. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Awesome. Okay. Before we get started, I do want to say that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce yourself and your organization and describe what you need funding for.
Yes, hello. My name is Tammy Duong, and I'm the treasurer for UKDT, which is the one and only K-pop dance team here in UNC. And our goal is to create like a friendly dance environment for people in the Carolina community to just share their interests and their confidence in dancing while enriching their college experience, as well as maintain and improve their mental and physical health. We have a couple of expenses that we're asking for, and mainly they have to do with our performances. So as a dance team, performances as well as filming are a key part of our organization and its operations. The performances are a great way for members to like showcase their skills and share their talents with the community. And generally for like the performances, like for example, like our showcase, we have around like 200, 250, 200, like 300 people show up to come support us from both on and on campus. And some of the funds that we're requesting for that is some labor fees, which total to $875, as well as for both our showcase and our other performances that are both on and off campus. We are requesting the full amount of for the costume budget, which is $50 per member, with around 33 members per semester. That would be $1,650, as well as $425 for renting the Stone Center. And we realized that like while this will be like hopefully this will be reimbursed, we just wanted to like put it down just to be like just to be safe, because we heard that student organizations are able to get reimbursed for the Stone Center. We also have a couple of equipment needs that we need for this semester, which include some batteries for our lights, and these lights are important so for our filming processes to go smoothly. And as a dance performance team, filming our performances as well as filming some of the covers that we have is also an integral part of our operations, as is a great way for people to be able to look back on what they did in the club and as well as see their progress. We're also planning on hosting some more community events, including different like dance workshops, as well as like as a K-pop dance team, we also have like different like decorating events. And we're also asking for some supplies for that, as well as like stickers and card sleeves. And also for some transportation fees, we are asking for a couple since do plan to perform at ECU, which is a good distance away, and calculating the transportation fees to ECU as well as to one of our largest competitions for the year, which is in Raleigh. That'll be about $384.78. And as well as like some $13 is for printing.
All right. Well, it all checks out in terms of our requirements. No irregularities elsewhere. So, I guess now comes to where we cut this down to fit the budget. So my question is, where would you like to see the Senate prioritize our funding for you?
Yes, we would like to see the Senate prioritize the labor fees because we are hosting our large annual showcase this year. Labor fees are definitely one of the biggest costs for us in our organizations, and we want to secure that we have these labor fees set down. And definitely, I would say the second priority would be the costumes because we do have a large competition and our showcase having these costumes is integral just to make sure that these performances, they look well. And as we're representing UNC on the big stages in the community, we just want to make sure that like everything looks smoothly, everything looks well, and that our members feel confident in their performance.
All right. Then in that case, I'm going to move for the category of labor fees, we appropriate 500.
Second.
The category of clothing, we appropriate 350.
Second.
The category of printing and publicity, we appropriate 13.
Second.
And then the categories of building venue rental, supplies, and travel, we appropriate 0.
Second.
All right, so with that, Unicorn K-pop dance team has been appropriated $863 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations requesting funding. Once this bill is heard by the Senate or passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will have access to these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you today, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank
Yes,
you.
I do have a quick question. So I heard that funds from last semester roll over and we still have some funds allocated for transportation and costumes from last semester. I was wondering, so like that, would it be like that amount, like plus this amount that's allocated for this semester?
Yes.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Mhm.
So even for like costumes, that's like the whole year thing, like that also like adds together.
Yes, it does.
Oh, thank you so much.
Of course.
Have a good rest of your day.
You too. Thank you. Good afternoon. You're with UNC Bhangra Elite.
Hey,
You're with Bhangra Elite, correct?
yes.
All right.
Yeah,
Before we get,
sorry
yes.
about that. I will be having the captain also joining. I think she's
Yes.
yeah.
Heading into the breakout room now.
Give me just 1 second.
Yeah. All right.
Yep, sorry about
All good. Before we get started, I do want to say that we're working with a budget of about $420,000, and with a record number of organizations requesting funding this cycle, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce yourself and guide me through your application.
Sounds good. Okay, my name is Gautam Tharmar, and I'm the treasurer for UNC Bhangra Elite, which is a renowned college dance team dedicated to preserving the traditional Indian folk dance style of Bhangra. And we have 30 students on the roster as of right now, and a very large alumni network spanning north of 900 people. And ultimately, we aim to introduce diverse cultures to Bhangra's vibrancy. And for this semester, I think the budget that we're providing and the requests we put in are under 4 categories, with that being dues and fees, labor fees, lodging, and travel. And as for dues and fees, we're planning to compete at 4 competitions this semester. These 4 being Magic City Mazda, Maryland Mauj, Nuts State Nashville, and Bhangra Blowout. And each member on our roster is subject to pay a specified competition registration or roster fee to the organizers of the competition. And the fees for each of our 20 roster members are $63 for both Maryland Mauj and Bhangra Blowout, and $42 for Magic City Mazda and Nuts State Nashville. And so if we have 20 competing dancers at each comp, the amounts for $63 is $1,260 for Mauj and Bhangra Blowout, and then 42 multiplied by the 20 dancers, it's just 840 and 840, or summatively 1260 plus 1260 plus 840 plus 840, which would be $4,200 for dues and fees for the semester in terms of our 4 competitions. And in terms of labor fees, as part of our performances, we are required to have a mix or music that we dance to. And for this, we need to hire a DJ to compile, edit, record, and find the songs for our mix. And our set has exactly 8 segments right now, and the DJ charges us $100 per segment. So for 8 segments, that would be $100 for a completed and revised mix from a DJ. And on top of that, we require a live doli, which is an instrument player. And he plays traditional Punjabi instruments during a performance and ties the pugs, which are the turbans of our male dancers during the performance. And the doli is essential to the authenticity and the genuinity of any Bhangra performance. And accommodating for doli will cost us $30 per pug. And so since there's 20 dancers total and half of those are male dancers, that's 10 male dancers multiplied by $30 per pug. That is $300 for pugs, and then $500 for instrumental expenses and having incumbent perform with us for each competition. And so that's $800 per competition, with the $300 for the bugs and $500 for the instrument. And so $800 for 4 competitions is $3,200 for Dolly for the season. So penultimately, in terms of labor fees, we have the $800 from the DJ, and then $3,200 from the Dolly. And so that would be $4,000 for the season. And then past dues fees and labor fees, we have both lodging and travel. So these competitions require us to travel to various states in the across the country. And these competitions do provide lodging through the form of hotels, which will likely cost us more than the allotted $35 per student per night that the Senate offers. So we will likely need the maximum amount of funding possible, if that's possible. And each competition requires us to stay on a Friday night and a Saturday night, which would make that 2 nights of stay per dancer. And so for one competition, that would be the $35 multiplied by the Friday and Saturday nights, so that's 2 nights, and that would be $70 multiplied by all 20 dancers, which would amount to $1,400 per competition. So for 4 competitions, that would be 1,400 multiplied by 4 competitions, and that's $5,600 for lodging. And then finally, we have travel. And in terms of travel, we do have to drive ourselves to these competitions, which are states away, as flying would be a lot more expensive. And so yeah, driving, obviously we do have to pay for cover gasoline and transport for that. So these 4 competitions, 2 of them are in Maryland. Those 2 being Maryland Mauj and Bhangra Blowout, and then one is in Alabama, which is Magic City Mazda, and one of them is in upstate Nashville, which is in Nashville, Tennessee. And so to account for gas, we're asking for $15 per dancer for each competition, because we split it up among the people that are in the car, including the driver. And so for one competition, that would be $15 per person multiplied by 20 dancers, which is $300. And so for 4 competitions, that would be $300 multiplied by the 4 competitions, which is 1,200. So ultimately, we added it all together and everything added up for dues and fees, we're paying $4,200. For labor fees, we're paying $4,000, so that we're at 8,200 for that. And adding the lodging fees into that, we have, I think it's 13,800. And then finally the travel fees, which is, we just said the 300 by 4 competitions, so that's 1,200. Added to the 13,800, which amounts to $15,000 for our budgetary request.
All right. I will say on travel, we fund gas reimbursements at a rate for trips over 100 miles, 33 cents per car or per mile per car. And so without that breakdown requested, we could not fund that travel, but everything else checks out in terms of our requirements and formulas. So I will ask, where would you like to see the Senate's funds be prioritized?
I definitely say with the dues and fees is where we like to see funding prioritized.
All right.
Either dues and fees or the labor fees, as those are probably the biggest ones for us.
Okay. And I'm going to move that we fund the category of dues and fees at 2,100.
Second.
The category of labor fees at 1,100. And then the categories of lodging and travel at 0.
Second.
With that, UNC Bhangra Elite has been appropriated $3,200 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will have access to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you today, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Of
All right. Thank you so much.
course.
Bye.
Next up is the climbing club. They are here. Good afternoon. You're both with the climbing club. Can you hear me all
That's
right?
right. We
Awesome.
can hear you just fine.
Cool. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000, and with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization, as well as guide me through this request.
Okay, I'll start off then. Hello, my name is Philip Hooper. I am the president of the UNC Rock Climbing Club, which I joined back in 2018. And I've had the pleasure of watching our club grow alongside the boom in sport climbing, especially around the time that it was introduced to the Olympics. I also played a big role in rebuilding the club's leadership after most of my upperclassmen graduated during the pandemic. And I feel the same way now as I did back then, that it's my duty to carry on the will of our club's alumni by continuing to hold our club to the high standard that they set. When people see our organization, I want them to continue to associate our club with technical proficiency, safety, resourcefulness, and professionalism. Though we're known in the competition scene as a powerhouse, especially in the women's competitions, our club does have a deep root in outdoor climbing. Before I joined the club, there was an incident with a UNC medical student who was one of the club's original members named Alexander Keenan. I never met him, but he was a great friend of many of the people that taught me how to climb. And we have a library dedicated to him in our main climbing facility that has books that teach people how to tie new knots and climb different styles. But though that knowledge is great for our members to have access to, nothing can really replace the experiential education that comes with competitions, social events, and especially the outdoor trips. And for me, the spring break trip was one of the most important trips to become a true UNC climber in my experience. And with that, I'm going to pass it on to our treasurer, Jackson.
Thanks, Phil. I've split our funding request into 4 main categories for simplicity. The first is the travel competitions that we go to for other universities. These offer a unique, low-pressure environment where our members can compete while representing our university. For many of our members, myself included, these are the first opportunities they have to enter the competitive climbing scene. They occur roughly once a month and require travel, lodging, and registration fees. They're open to all of our members, but we can never really support the volume of people who want to go due to cost restrictions. The performance of those we sponsor at the competitions, however, speaks for itself. We place at nearly every single competition we go to, and as Phil said, for example, at our most recent Clemson competition, our women's team swept the top 3 podium. Because of our performance and the etiquette we display at these competitions, we represent our university very well to the other university teams present, and when we look good, UNC looks good. Most importantly, we are unique in that we are the only organization on this campus that offers anything even remotely similar to competitive climbing. Beyond the other university competitions, we also work with other local competitions, such as Queer Night at Progression in Chapel Hill, and there was a women's competition in TRC in Durham that we support as well. Our second category is the Tar Heel Top Out, the competition that we ourselves host every spring at our wall in Fetzer. Our competition is open not only to all club members, but also all students and all members of the Chapel Hill community, as well as other universities' teams. It is our second most anticipated event of the year after our spring break trip, and is also our biggest fundraiser of the year. Through the Tar Heel Top Out, UNC earns extensive exposure from other universities, and once again, this competition is completely unique. No other organization on this campus hosts anything remotely similar. The third category in our funding request is the diverse array of day trips we go on to local climbing areas such as Pilot Mountain and Rocky Face near Hickory. We offer a diverse array of trips for all skill levels, allowing any club members to attend. The purpose of these trips range from teaching our members safe protocol for climbing outdoors to volunteering in local areas to clean and maintain trails. These trips are absolutely essential to educating our members on safe protocols and etiquette while climbing outdoors, as well as offering them a unique climbing experience unlike anything they can find in a climbing gym. As with our travel competitions, these events are highly anticipated and usually fill up immediately, so we can never financially or logistically support the sheer volume of members who want to come. To combat this, we host a staggering number of trips and attempt to represent as many members as we can. We are the only student organization on this campus that hosts such events and are also the only organization to host purely educational and volunteer trips to climbing areas. The last category is our spring break trip to New River Gorge in West Virginia. This is by far our most anticipated event of the year and is absolutely essential to the vitality of our organization, as involvement in our educational and volunteer trips throughout the semester dictates who gets to go to spring break. Thus, the trip acts as a major incentive for the club members to stay involved, improve themselves, and better the community. Our trip is more accessible to more students than trips offered by other organizations due to cost alone, and the week of climbing in the New River Gorge offers the most impactful experience possible. As a whole, our organization offers a well-rounded climbing experience to our members unlike any other they could receive at Chapel Hill, an experience that works to make them better, safer climbers that represent our university well, and the only restriction to representation in these programs is the cost involved. Thank you.
All right. Wonderful. Everything very clearly follows our formulas and guidelines. Don't see any questionable elements within. So I guess now to fit this within our budget, since it does need to be cut down, where would you like to see the Senate's funds be prioritized?
The large portion of our funding is usually travel and fees and lodging fees and registration fees. Registration is usually high because we like to be able to pay for our members to go to competitions to other universities. This semester we may have to cut down on how much we are or how many competitions we're able to sponsor our members going to, so possibly cut down from the registration portion. But travel and lodging is fairly essential. I believe the registration fees are also allocated to keeping our walls open because we do have the Fetzer walls and the Rams walls open beyond regular wall hours, and we have to pay for that as well.
All right. Do the math. All right. I'm going to move that we fund the category of travel at $1,442.85.
Second.
The category of lodging at 1,225.
Second.
The category of dues and fees at 700.
Second.
And then the category of clothing at 0.
Second.
All right, so with that, the UNC Climbing Club has been appropriated $3,367.85 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate, signed by the president, you will have the ability to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you today, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
for your time.
Good afternoon. You're with Students United for Immigrant Equality. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Before we get started, I do want to say that we're working with a budget of just about $420,000 in this cycle. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funding for.
Of course. Thank you so much for giving me some of your time today on this Saturday afternoon. So as you know, we are Students United for Immigrant Equality. The purpose of our organization is to spread awareness, promote immigrant rights, and to empower and inform the immigrant community. We do this mainly through different activities and events that we host during the semester. A couple of things that we did last year included a refugee kit making event, which exceeded what we thought the turnout would be. We also hosted an attorney panel. So we're not only just fighting for immigrant rights, we also provide sort of different professional development and networking opportunities for UNC students. Many students who aren't members of SUI were able to speak to the attorneys after the panel, and they expressed professional interest in going into immigrant rights. So a big portion of our request for this funding term, oh, sorry, sorry, I got in a text message from someone who said they were going to be here. But a big portion of our funding for the term comes directly from supplies. As you might have seen in our request, a lot of our events are arts and crafts based. So while we're discussing immigrant policy and everything, we sort of have bracelet making events and then canvas painting. A lot of these supplies are smaller expenses. Of course, there's the paints, the canvases, pens, pencils, color pencils. But whenever you add them up, especially whenever you're expecting 20 to 40 people at each of our meetings, those expenses definitely accumulate during the semester. We've seen a greater interest in SUI, one, because we've been featured in a couple of our newspapers like the Daily Tar Heel and Enlace Latino NC last semester. And we've also been a part of more collaborations since then. So we've been getting double the turnout than we got last year, which is one of our worries. It's of course always a good thing, but that's definitely why we want to put more emphasis on the supplies for our funding. For this semester, we're planning a couple more arts and crafts events. We're already planning a bracelet making event and pot painting while we're spreading awareness about farm workers' rights for the semester. Another portion of our funding would go into printing and publicity. We asked for about $100, I believe, to help promote our events. This money last semester definitely helped us promote that one attorney panel event, especially for future law students who were thinking of going into immigrant rights. That's one way that they were able to hear more about this event. So we definitely don't want to downplay the importance of printing and publicity to our organization's programming. We also asked for $200 in travel, just because a lot of what we do as an organization involves traveling across the state, dropping off refugee supply collections. And so a couple of the other events that we're planning for the semester that would include traveling include the Duke Immigrant Story Labs. So we're planning on taking a group of students there. We're also planning to present and host a table at the event, as well as a trip to the General Assembly. So again, we're planning on taking a group of around 20 to 30 students. And then I believe lastly for clothing, we petitioned, or in the request, we put down $200 for t-shirts. Just because, again, a lot of our members have been asking for to be able to represent our organization through t-shirts, but unfortunately not everyone is able to afford one, even with the cost of membership and everything. So we wanted to make sure that everyone who wanted a t-shirt could feel included by getting one.
All right. This does check out with our requirements. So now I guess in terms of cutting this down to fit within our budget, where would you like to see the Senate prioritize your funding?
I think definitely within supplies, just again, because our greatest turnout rate, and of course, this is always a good thing, is in our arts and crafts events. Again, we get the last couple of times that we've had these events last semester, we got about double the people that we were expecting, especially since people who attend these events aren't always members. So we can't always account or do paying members. so we can't always account for how many people are going to show up. And so it's very easy for us to run out of supplies, canvases for people to participate. I think last semester we had a couple of events where we just ran out of canvases and paints by the time that more people started showing up. So they were kind of just standing at the meetings, not having really anything to do. So we want to make sure again that any people, members or non-members that show up to our meetings are able to participate. So I would definitely say supplies would be indispensable.
All right. Then in that case, I'm going to move that we appropriate in the category of clothing, $100.
Second.
The category of printing and publicity, $50.
Second.
The category of supplies, $400.
Second.
The category of travel, 0.
Second.
All right, so with that, Students United for Immigrant Equality has been appropriated $550 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you'll be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either by using reimbursements or the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you today, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you for coming.
Just one question. How much were we appropriated in supplies? I think I missed that.
Supplies, 400.
Okay.
Yes, and all of the information on your appropriation can be found on that same website that you used to apply for the amount.
Okay. And then also, if I wanted to look up more resources for reimbursements, where could I go? Or how
That
to?
would be on the Heal Life Student Organization Finances page.
Okay.
Yeah. That link has all of the documents for forms to submit, meeting schedule requests. You can also email the student controller about any questions at unionsc@unc.edu.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for coming. All right. Good afternoon. You're with the UNC Pakistan Society. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon.
Good. Okay. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000 and with a record number of organizations requesting funding. Excuse me. We will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce yourself and your organization and guide me through this request.
Yeah, of course. So my name is Rafi Niazi. I'm the treasurer of UNC Pakistan Society. And so our main goal is to promote the cultural um, aspect of Pakistan. We're a non-secular club, and so we like to host events for everyone at UNC, bring everyone together to just showcase our culture, celebrate it, introduce people to the culture, and we do that by hosting different events throughout the year. We either do small events monthly, or we will do like a big event a semester, maybe two this semester. Last semester we did our it's called Mehndi Ki Raat. It's like a big celebration. We had a bunch of dance teams performing like UNC, like Bangarali, Chalka, all these big dance teams. So they performed. We had full turnout, sold out on tickets. Great event, lots of good feedback. And so this semester we want to continue that. Last year in the spring, our club did a Basant Festival, which is basically Basant is this kite festival in Pakistan, and it's basically where we what what do you call it? It's sorry, it's basically a big like picnic. There's a lot of kites. It's a big springtime event when the spring comes around. We're gonna be hosting it in February, hopefully. Um, and another big thing, our big focus is in March-ish. We want to do like um a basketball tournament. We want to hold a basketball tournament where we just have people from all over UNC and from other universities too. We always have big turnout from other universities, NC State, Duke, Greensboro, Charlotte. A lot of them, they came to our MKR event, and we expect them to come to our basketball tournament. We want to host that 3v3 tournament style. We want to do that in Woolen. Our goal is to have referees and venue rental. We want to have supplies as well for decorations, and so that's our big focus. And we also want to have smaller events throughout the semester. We want to do like an educational night. Last week on Thursday, we held like a chai event, welcome back type event. We had a good turnout for that. We want to do more things like that. And when Ramadan comes around, we do want to like host iftars. And our main goal also is to do merchandising. We want to make shirts and tote bags for our for the community, for the people that would like to, support the club. A lot of these funds would also go to fundraising. And so the main goal that we want to put the reimbursements towards is for labor fees, especially for the basketball tournament that's going to come around. We do want to host like have referees, and so we're going to need labor fees for that, as well as for equipment rental and clothing because we will need some jerseys or something for the basketball tournament, as well as for the merchandising. We'd like to have some clothing reimbursement, as well as equipment rental for our summer events like tables, chair rentals. For the basketball tournament, we'd like to have some whistles, more tables, chairs, scoreboard type things. We want a videographer slash photographer like we had for MPR, so that too is going to also be a labor fee. And so a lot of this comes out to just be going towards equipment rental, clothing, and labor fees.
All right. Everything does fit into our requirements. So just now to fit this within our budget, since it will need to be cut somewhat, where would you like to see the Senate prioritize your funding?
I think our main priorities, which our club would like most, is to go towards between the clothing, equipment rental, and labor fees. Those three would be our biggest spending categories, and I think that the two main priorities for that one would be clothing and equipment rental.
All right. All right, then with that, I'm going to move that we fund the category of clothing at $900,
Second,
category of equipment rental at $1,000,
second,
and the category of labor fees at $300,
second,
and the categories of supplies, printing and publicity, and building venue rental at 0.
second.
All right, so with that, the UNC Pakistan Society has been appropriated $2,200 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you'll be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you today, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you very much.
Okay, I just have two questions. One was, I wasn't sure about this, if the reimbursements from last semester do carry over to this semester? They do?
Yes.
Okay, and then how exactly would we go about asking for reimbursements from last semester? Is that like automatically done? Because I was like trying to find the a form for that earlier just to see if I could, because we did receive money for our ticket sales from MKR, but I don't think that I was able to find like something for the reimbursement of the things that we spent on last semester.
So all information on reimbursements, P cards, expenditure of funds at all can be found at this Heal Life page, this RSO Finances that I just sent in the chat.
Yeah.
That will be where you request reimbursement. You can schedule meetings with the QSO office and get all of that done.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. That was all I had.
All right.
Have a great day.
You too. Good afternoon. You are with Planned Parenthood Generation Action, correct?
Yes. Yes,
Have you passed the treasurer's test?
I believe so.
I'm looking at the results sheet and it does not seem like you have done so. Your last result was from the 25th and you received a 58.
Okay.
We cannot hear your request if you've not passed the treasurer's test. And seeing as you have not done so, we will not be able to appropriate funds during this cycle. Unfortunately, we will have one more cycle of funding at the end of February for the spring subsequent cycle, where you'll be able to apply for up to 1,500. Seeing as how your application is only for 400, that shouldn't make much of a difference. Information regarding that will be sent out roughly around the time the budget bill is finalized on February 14th. So keep an eye out for information there, so you can pass the treasurer's test and apply in the subsequent cycle.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay. Going to move that for Planned Parenthood Generation Action at UNC, we appropriate all categories at 0.
Second.
Sports next. Good afternoon, Ryan. You're here with UNC Chapel Hill Esports.
Yep, that's correct.
All right. Before we get started, I do just want to say that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000, and with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and sort of give me a guideline of this funding request.
All right, sounds good. Do you have it pulled up? Every other time it's been shared. Okay.
Yeah.
But we are Chapel Hill Esports. We cater to all kinds of gamers, all kinds of interest levels, all kinds of levels of expertise, from people who are looking to be very competitive to people who are looking to just find some people to play games with. And in our funding request, we kind of tried to dictate it towards having both of those groups. If you, I mean, as you say, you're going to have to cut a lot down. So I think that it'd be best to just spend the time on the two things that are actual, like really, really important to us. I think that they're in order. Is the first one is Smash and the second one is Game Fest. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So those are going to be our two big ticket items, very important to us. The Smash Bros is even more important to us because we've been trying something new. Last semester, we were, as we always do, we host these weekly tournaments, but as a bit of an incentive to try to get people to come, we said, how do we incentivize people to come? What can we offer? What kind of grand experience can we give? And we decided that the best way we could do that is by offering an incentive to get them to go to what is called a major event in Smash. And so essentially, anyone can sign up for it and anyone can participate, but we decided that the best way to say who we should send from UNC should be the people who are performing the best and the people who are showing up the most. So even through those line of questioning, the people who are winning the tournaments were the first people to get to have their name on the list. But the people who are showing up week after week, even if they're not performing very well, we want those people to be able to have that experience too. We don't want it to just be some kind of hierarchy, right? Like we want everyone to feel included. Everyone's part of the club. Everyone who shows up makes an impact. And so that was the goal for this. And hopefully we'll be able to bring those people. That'd be a trip to a major event in New Jersey for about 20 people. And we've put a lot of work into this. We're really passionate about it. We really think that it'll be a great thing for the Carolina community. And even more than that, it's a great chance to spread UNC outside of the state. I mean, going up to the north and having people to represent our school, I think that's one of the things that we're most excited for, because a lot of those people haven't been to those big events out of state. The other thing is our Game Fest event, which we host every semester. And that is much more focused to the casual side of the event. We normally have between 100 and 200 people who come across all the different events. Generally, those are a lot of small tournaments that we'll host between or across all of the different games, where we'll do the same thing. We'll try to have some sort of prizes for the best players, but also we try to incentivize people who just come, show up, have a good time, by also having giveaway prizes for those people who perhaps didn't perform the best, but we see them show up and we know that they're a vital part of our club.
All right. So the typical question to ask is where you'd like to prioritize, but you've mentioned the UNC Smash and the Game Fest, and those all follow our guidelines well. So I think it can be appropriate that in the category of travel, we appropriate at $666.60.
Second.
The category of lodging, we appropriate $560.
Second.
The category of dues and fees, we appropriate $800.
Second.
And then the category of programming, we appropriate, what's it, $300.
Second.
Then finally, in the categories of printing and publicity and clothing, we appropriate $0.
Second.
All right, with that, UNC Chapel Hill Esports has been appropriated $2,326.60 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate passes the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you today, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you very much for coming.
All right. Thank you for having me. Thank you for your time.
Cycling. Good afternoon. You're with UNC Cycling. All right. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Awesome. Okay. Before we get started, I do want to state that we are working with a budget of $420,000 just about, and with a record number of organizations requesting funding. We will have to be appropriating at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward. But I will give you the next few minutes to sort of introduce your organization and describe what you need funding for.
Yeah, so as you said, we're the UNC cycling team, and what we do as the only cycling club at UNC is just help students get to the collegiate level racing in the United States. So that involves going to the ACC races as well as assisting students in getting to the national championships. And if you want, I can just go through maybe our two biggest funding request categories. So as far as labor fees, we hold a UNC like collegiate race, which is a qualifying event for the national championships. And we did hold it last year, and there are a lot of labor fees involved with hiring USAC officials who officiate the race and do some timing and just make it an official collegiate event. You need to have those officials there. And then as far as travel fees, there's 6 ACC races as well as a national championship event. And we're requesting some money for some housing as well as some driving fees because we're just taking personal automobiles to those events.
All right. So in terms of our prioritization, which would be the places that you'd like to see the Senate's funds go the furthest?
I think we would like to see the most in travel and labor fees.
All right.
Yeah. And I'll also add just one more thing. Last year in the national championship event, we did end up winning the men's road race and the women's criterium race. And so we're hoping to defend that as well. So we're trying to get as many people out there as we can.
Good. Okay. All right, then I'm going to move that we appropriate in the category of travel, $1,288.98.
Second.
Thank you. In the category of labor fees, 1,100.
Second.
And then in the categories of lodging, equipment rental, and building venue rental, 0.
Second.
All right, with that, UNC Cycling has been appropriated $2,388.98 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you today, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Claire. You're with UNC Women's Club Basketball. All right.
Yep.
Before we get started, I do want to say that we are working with a budget of roughly $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funds, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funds for.
Gotcha. Well, real quick, we don't need that much funding. I only put in two things for funding, and it's just for lodging and programming. I put $2,500 in for the lodging, and that's around roughly $35 per student per night. We do have two teams. We have an A and B team, and there's roughly like 11 team members on each. And we want to bring both teams to all the tournaments that we're signed up for in the spring. And I think right now we have 5 tournaments signed up for, and they're all away. So we would need hotels for each 5 tournaments. And then the second thing we needed funding for was programming, and I put that as $2,300. And the programming is just for the entry fees for the tournaments. They have gone up. They're around $400 now, and that's primarily for the refs that most teams need the entry fees for. So that's gone up, and again, we want to be able to bring both teams to all the tournaments. So that's where the money from the programming will go to. And then also for travel, our farthest tournament is like 4.5 hours away. So we would need to bring a couple of cars to get to these tournaments. So that was where the travel will go to, because a lot of the girls want reimbursement for travel that are nice enough to drive their own cars. So that comes to $5,300, and that's where most of our expenses were last fall, were just for the entry fees and the lodging. So that's just about, because I requested money for other things last semester, but we didn't really use that money. So this year I just wanted to keep it like strictly to like what we're expenses we're going to. But yeah.
All right. So now, would you say that the lodging and the programming are the two things that you'd like to have the Senate prioritize?
Correct.
All right. Then 53. Yeah. Okay. Then I'm going to move that we fund the category of lodging at $700.
Second.
The category of programming at $500.
Second.
And the category of travel at $0.
Second.
With this, UNC Women's Club Basketball has been appropriated $1,200 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate hears the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will be able to expend those funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you today, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're good to go.
Sorry, you said February
14th.
14th? Okay.
Valentine's Day. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time today.
Of course.
Right. Y'all have a good day.
You too.
Bye.
Which teams to receive that?
Good afternoon. You're both with the Quarter Deck Society. All right. You hear me all right?
Yes, all
I
good.
hear you.
Awesome. Okay. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funding for.
Perfect, thank you. Good afternoon, my name is Olivia Ruby. I'm here with Rory Moran. We're representing the Quarter Deck Society, otherwise known as the UNC Naval ROTC program. So essentially the goal of our organization is to develop leaders and eventually commission Naval and Marine Corps officers. So there are a few events that we are requesting funding for this semester. Mainly the Tulane drill meet. So this is a Mardi Gras drill meet happening at Tulane University in February. And essentially it's an opportunity for our students to demonstrate the skills that they've learned through certain drill practices. And so it'd be like rifle drill, which of course not real rifles or anything like that, just like show rifles. And essentially just representing the university, doing a performance and competing against a variety of other naval ROTC programs from around the country. So we're requesting funding for lodging for that event, for the registration fee, and then I believe for some supplies as well. The next event is our commissioning ceremony. So more than just a graduation, our commissioning ceremony is an opportunity to congratulate and celebrate our students who have completed the Naval ROTC program, which is a very challenging four-year program, and then also celebrate their entrance into the Navy or Marine Corps. This includes a lot of long-held traditions, such as first salutes, oaths of office, etc. So this will happen usually the day after commencement, and is a very unique ceremony for us. Next is our dining in celebration. This is an opportunity for our soon to be graduating seniors to have a joint event, with NC State and Duke. They're part of our Piedmont Consortium Naval ROTC, and essentially just celebrate all of their accomplishments and stuff like that. So we're requesting money for the venue rental for that. And then finally, our awards ceremony. So this is going to be taking place in April. This is also a joint event. So this will be between us and NC State and Duke. So it's going to be hosted for more than 200 students. And again, an opportunity for us to celebrate all of our accomplishments. A lot of UNC alumni also join that event. So they come back to see this new level of like midshipmen or students who are enrolled in the program, see their hard work and give them certain awards and cash prizes. So we'd be happy to answer any questions, or if my partner, Roy Moran, has any thoughts or comments.
Yes, I just wanted to add briefly how unique these events are. We're the only organization at the school that does some of these events, and it really is an excellent way to highlight some of the men and women at UNC and sort of what the accomplishments they have and highlighting the university in itself.
All right. Well, everything checks out in terms of our requirements and guidelines. So my question now is, since we will need to cut this down to fit the budget somewhat, where would you like to see the Senate prioritize its funding for you?
I think that our two most unique events would be the Tulane drill meet and our our awards day ceremony. Those two events are probably the most high visibility, will be attended by the most people, and we'll probably need the most support on that.
All right. Okay. Mm. Mm. All right. Then I'm going to move that we fund the category of supplies at $83,
Second.
the category of travel at 108,
Second.
uh, the category of dues and fees at 175,
Second.
um, let's see. Where was it? The category of speaker fees at 150,
Second.
the category of lodging at 280,
Second.
yeah, and then the categories of programming, labor fees, equipment rental, and building venue rental at 0.
Second.
With that, the Quarter Deck Society has been appropriated $796 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you'll be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you today, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you are free to go. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. You're with the mock World Health Organization?
Yes, yeah.
All right.
And my treasurer Divya also joined the Zoom, I think. Is that?
All right. Before we get started, I do want to let both of you know that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000. With a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give both of you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funds for.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we are the treasurers for the UNC Chapel Hill chapter of the American Mock World Health Organization, which is the nation's only authentic simulation of the World Health Organization's governing body, which means that we invite students to take part in a simulation representing delegates of countries, industry, and media to put together solutions to pressing world health issues. So as UNC Chapel Hill is the founding chapter of the American Mock World Health Organization, each year it's our chapter's responsibility to put on our international conference in the spring, which is our largest organizing principle for our budgetary request this year. And this conference is organized around a theme that helps students to gain experience in researching and implementing solutions to global public health issues. So our organization is really focused on outreach to undergraduates, especially undergraduates in their first and second years, to help them get involved with public health experiences, right? Experiential learning related to policy making in the world of global public health, especially as first and second year undergraduate students don't really have access to the experiences of a professional school. So we see our professional school at Gillings, I should say, where experiences begin in junior year. So we really are focused on bridging members of the UNC undergraduate community with experiences in public health. So our request this year is for $1,250, and then I can explain some the disaggregated requests. So our first request in the appropriations portal was for dues and fees, and these cover subsistence fees for maintaining our bank account. Our next request is for rentals, and this is typically our largest undergraduate student government funded lump sum request. So this year, right, our conference is for our 10-year anniversary of the Mock World Health Organization. So we hope for it to be, bigger and better than ever. And we, need spaces for students to be able to sit, discuss, and debate these issues. And so the $400 we're requesting for rentals is for things like tables, chairs, and displays that will help provide, the physical infrastructure for students to do the work at conference. Our next request is for printing and publicity, and so this is mainly for promotional materials relating to our conference. And then we have programming, which is related to miscellaneous supplies related to putting on an authentic simulation at conference. So things like delegate folders, gavels, pens, and setup supplies for banquets and plenary sessions. And these are, related to making our international conference, more authentic and really representing the World Health Organization's actual proceedings as they are, and helping students gain that experience in the conference. So I don't know if Divya has anything else to say, but I'm welcome to take questions or comments or. Yeah.
All right. Well, everything requested fits within our own requirements of permitted items. So now in terms of cutting this down to fit the budget, where would you like the Senate to prioritize our appropriations so it can do the best for you?
Right. So our main area of importance, and Divya can add on to this too, I think would be in the area of programming. Specifically, if you look in the appropriations portal, our second programming description for the budget, as well as rentals, right? These are our two most important in terms of providing the physical infrastructure of conference, compared to the other things. Those are more kind of the advertising infrastructure, if that sort of makes sense. But this rentals and then the second area of programming that we've requested in the appropriations portal. So that's about, I should say, $435. Those are the real meat of helping to build our conference. So that's where we have priority.
Cool. So then with that, I'll move that in the category of equipment rental, we appropriate $200. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. And in the category of programming, I move to appropriate $300.
Second.
Second.
And in printing and publicity and dues and fees, I move we appropriate 0.
Second.
All right, so with that, the American Mock World Health Organization at UNC has been appropriated $500 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is signed or passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will have access to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you today, however, so if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Good afternoon. You are with the NAACP?
Yes, I am.
All right. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000. With a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next few minutes to introduce yourself and guide me through your funding request.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know ahead of time. My name is Syria Olingu, and I'm the president of the NAACP here on campus. NAACP stands for the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, and we're an organization that's been around for a long time, since the early 1900s, across the country. And so we have a chapter here, and so while our chapter was mainly focused, while the organization was mainly focused on civil rights and advocacy in the past, we've switched to more of like a modern kind of approach to civil rights advocacy and all the things on campus, as well as now it functions as an affinity group for Black students, minority students, students who identify as like people of color, and all the things. So we're comprised of, we have like our large organization, and then within our organization, we have within our organization on campus, we have subcommittees. So we have like women in the NAACP, we have the health committee, we have the environmental justice committee, we have the education committee as well, and a few other committees. And so basically, what we're looking to do this semester with our programming is to continue to advance advocacy on campus, as well as put together events that are very unique for our students and for the student body, and that gives students the opportunity to impact Carolina in a positive way through our advocacy efforts. And also, we're looking to empower and equip students as well. So on our budget request, we have a few different events listed. So like we have the environmental justice kind of a workshop there, where we'll be like learning about environmental justice, as well as students will be getting like plants and things, just to kind of like jumpstart that whole kind of like environmental and interest in environment as well. We have money down there as well for press and publicity. So we're looking to continue to increase engagement across campus. So with that, we'll be buying like posters, flyers, different kind of banners and things like that, and also using the money for different kind of publicity events that we can do for our organization, as well as we have a few other advocacy events up there on the budget request. And some of them include like an educational day too, where people get to learn more about educational disparities and other kind of like issues that are affecting different students of different like backgrounds. And then we also have our networking event, which is a huge event that we're looking to put on this semester, which is basically an opportunity for women of that are people of color to come together and network with each other, and also get like career kind of help and like, yeah, career help and other kinds of like feedback, and also like build community as well, and learn about professional development, networking, and a whole bunch of other things. And then we have a few other events that are kind of so like for our organization for like building community. So we have like our arts night, which is where we'll be like learning about Black artists and kind of like and different people, yeah, Black artists, and partaking in art as well, to allow students to decompress, as well as just like increase interest in the arts. We also have our health education night that we'll be putting on. We feel that a lot of organizations kind of miss the needs of students of color. So with that, like having our own health night where we can really like talk to students of color about like issues that students of color are facing. So that'll be put on by our health committee. And then we have STEM education events to increase diversity within STEM education, and also create like a kind of like camaraderie against a camaraderie with Black students who are a part of STEM majors as well. Additionally, there's a few other things. We also do some service too. So like we have the educational like reading workshop, which will be a nice way to reach back out to the Chapel Hill community. And then we have a few other events as well that are just we feel are very specific to the NAACP. So like writing letters to people who need it, as well as like the Educational Nutrition Day, where students will learn about health and wellness and all the things like that too, as well as general tabling and possibly even a book signing.
All right. Well, everything checks out in terms of our personal requirements. Now, in terms of cutting this down to fit our budget, since we will need to do this, where do you believe the Senate's funds would go the farthest, or what should we prioritize in your application?
Okay, I think that the supplies / like programming, I think that those are like the most important for our organization, which allows us to put on the events that are kind of like specific for us, as well as I think that the printing and publicity will also be helpful for this semester.
Okay. I'm going to move that we fund the category of supplies at $900.
Second.
Category of programming at $900.
Second.
Category of printing and publicity at $300.
Second.
Any categories of travel, equipment rental, and building venue rental at $0. All right. So with that, the UNC chapter of the NAACP has been appropriated $2,100 from the undergraduate senate this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate that night and signed by the president later, you will have access to these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards for upfront purchases. That is all that we have for you today, though. So unless you have further questions, you're free to go. Thank you very much for coming.
Okay, thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Good afternoon to the Air Power Association. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you're good.
Yes.
All right, good. Okay. Before we get started, I do want to say that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and sort of give me a rundown on what you're applying for.
All right, so we represent the Air Power Association, which provides Air Force ROTC students in Detachment 590 with the necessary funds to operate. So these funds go towards a great many things. For building and venue rental, we are hosting an annual event called Dining Out, which holds great significance in honoring military culture and fostering camaraderie among service members. So our funds would go towards a carefully chosen venue. We're looking right now at the Friday Center, distinguished speaker, photographer, and transportation to and from the venue. All in all, that creates a memorable experience for all of our cadets, as well as a commissioning ceremony, which creates a dignified event for our graduating cadets. The breakdown of expenses there would be for a venue. Last year, we rented the Old Well, a graduation gift for our seniors, and a distinguished military speaker. The third thing there for venue rental is the ropes course at the Outdoor Education Center. Here we think confidence is an integral facet of ROTC training. And by using the Outdoor Education Center, we found a way to combine confidence training with investing in local UNC resources. For programming, the main attraction there is Leadership Lab, which is Air Force ROTC's primary training session. It takes place every week for 2 hours. During this time, cadets planning to enter both the Air Force and Space Force are taught a vast array of skills that develop them as leaders and future officers. And so we need that funding for educational sessions, for example, at Shank Forest to work on tactical skills. We're also hiring a grappling specialist for combatives training. Another part there for programming are for composite photos. So every year we take composite photos to allow all our cadets to leave a legacy on the walls of our detachment. They contribute to keeping track of our history and capturing class memories. And so we want to hire professional services to ensure quality and authenticity. For supplies, we need funds for attachment or detachment bonding events, which include sand volleyball tournaments, game nights, group study sessions, basically to build long-lasting relationships among our cadets, and for training flight commander sessions, which our cadets voluntarily participate in to further develop their skills. For clothing, we're asking funds for detachment merchandise, which we design and order ourselves in order to standardize our appearance during physical events or for boosting morale. And importantly, for uniform items. So we represent the Air Force and our university by presenting the flags at graduation and holiday ceremonies, as well as football, basketball, soccer games. So we have to make sure that our uniforms look sharp and clean. And due to heavy use, our uniform items have begun to wear and tear, specifically our parade gloves, which are in dire need of replacement. And lastly, for travel, we need some funds for recruiting events. So recruiting is a very vital aspect of our detachment's operations, and it requires cadets to use their personal vehicles to travel to various recruiting events, like visiting local high schools. And this has been very successful in the past. Last year, our recruiting officer enrolled 12 new cadets to our detachment. And considering there are only 35 of us, that was a great addition. And lastly, travel to Shank Forest for our training sessions. Shank Forest is about 30 miles away, and we have about 40 people now, 35 to 40 people. So we would need to take multiple cars per trip. And so we need some funds to cover the cost of that travel. So these funds are not just numbers, they represent enhancement of our cadets' ROTC experience. So your support would ensure the success and memorability of each class of cadets.
All right. Let's see. The only potential issue I could see is on travel. You on this travel to Shank Forest, you do follow the for trips under 100 miles, 54 cents per mile per car. But for others, you seem to take just a broad amount, and we do need the formula if we are going to fund any travel. So we would be able to fund that last one, but not the rest. That seems to be the only issue, though. Everything else seems to check out. So now, in terms of cutting this down to fit the budget, where do you believe you would like the Senate to prioritize its funding?
A big priority is definitely dining out, which or just building and venue rental in general. These are very crucial experiences for our cadets. And for that, we were asking for $6,600.
All right.
As well as our funds for leadership lab, since that is a crucial weekly training experience that all of our cadets require.
All right. All right. So with going to move that in the category of building venue rental, we appropriate 1,500.
Second.
In the category of supplies, we appropriate 500.
Second.
And in the category, where was it? Yeah. Then in the category of programming, we appropriate 700.
Second.
And then in clothing and lodging, we appropriate 0.
Second.
All right, so with that, the Air Power Association has been appropriated $2,700 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th, when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through a reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you today, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you are free to go. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Tucker. You're with the UNC Accordance. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next couple minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funds for.
Before we start, have you seen the president of our group is joining? Yeah. Okay, awesome.
Adding them to the breakout room now. All right. But when you're ready, you can get started.
All good to go?
Mhm.
Okay, great. So my name is Henry, and this is Tucker. I'm the president, and he's the treasurer of the UNC Accordance for the 2023 to 2024 school year. We are so excited to be here to discuss our budget for the spring semester. Before I start discussing the budget, I would like to bring up one thing from last semester, which is exciting for us as Accordance. We just finished the recording of our 8th album, thanks to support from the Senate. And we're very happy to be sending that over to our mixing engineer and mastering engineer for release this semester. So that's very exciting. So I'll just briefly go through our 3 programs. The first is our spring concert. So every semester we hold a culminating concert, which comprises 12 songs with skits. It's a great opportunity for UNC students, community members, family members, friends to come and hear us sing and perform, and it's our main event of the semester. We're asking for $3,500 for professional sound engineering by Liquid Fifth, which is a local North Carolina company. We're also asking for $465 for union auditorium rental and staffing. We're also asking for $100 for concert programs and publicity, $100 for props and sets and other stage decor, and then some money for professional photography and videography by UNC students. In addition, we're asking for money for accordance apparel. So one thing that's important to us as accordance is we never have semester or annual dues. We don't think being in accordance should be a financial burden. And this is very important for some of our members to stay members of the group. So we're asking for $96 for 2 new signature accordance jerseys, as well as money for accordance shirts and boxers, so that performing at the concert isn't a barrier financially for some of our members. That's very important to us. Our 2 other programs are album recording and concert video recording. So as far as album recording goes, we're asking for money to start the 9th album, which should be released hopefully in about 2 years. One thing that's great about the accordance is we have the opportunity to record with Pablo Vega, who's a UNC music production professor. He does a great job not only helping us record our albums efficiently, but also teaches us about how the album recording process works as people who are interested in music. So we're asking $2,000 for album recording, $4,500 for professional mixing, $440 for professional mastering, and we're asking for similar amounts for an I'm Just Ken single, which was one of our hits from this past semester, which we're hoping to release on Spotify and maybe turn into a music video. And then really briefly, finally, I know I only have 3 minutes, our concert video recording request relates to our professional videography from that we're requesting for the concert. So one great thing about the accordance is not only do we have a fall and spring concert, but we also release concert videos to the public for free enjoyment. These have gotten anywhere from 200 to 5,000 views, and we get really good feedback from them. So that's all I have to say. We would just like to reemphasize that all these quotes are based on professional service vendors. So this is a cost of the accordance, regardless of whether or not we receive the funding from the Senate. And we are asking for a bit more than maybe some other a cappella groups because we're trying to account for members who might have some financial burden. So thank you for listening. We appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Everything here fits within our personal guidelines for funding. So in terms of cutting this down to fit within our budget, where would you like the Senate to prioritize our funding?
We'd like to say, sorry, Tucker, you can take this one.
I was going to say, we would want it to go primarily towards the album and recording and our concert. Those are our main modes of outreach. We have, like Henry said, 1.4 thousand views in less than a month on our last concert video. And our last music video has 4.4 thousand views in 9 months, and it's still climbing. And we are also spending our time in the next month going out to 3 separate different local events for free, like the UNC Catalyst Conference in Carolina for the kids and a music festival. So the way we're spending our time, we would like to reach more and more people.
And just to piggyback what Tucker said, our revenue from our concert and albums allows us to do these events in the community pro bono. So we're doing the Catalyst Conference event for free and other similar events, because they're important to us in the UNC community.
All right. Then okay. I'm going to move that we fund the category of labor fees at 1,500.
Second.
The category of supplies at 700.
Second.
Thank you. Building venue rental at 465.
Second.
Printing and publicity at 400.
Second.
And then equipment rental and clothing at 0.
Second.
All right, so with that, the accordants have been appropriated $3,065 from the undergraduate senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you today, though, so if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Andrew, as a heads up, the guy who's your next one is also in my one right now. Like they're both at 410. So you're just gonna do mine first and then you can go.
All right.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Before we begin, I'm sure you just heard the same spiel, but With a $420,000 budget and a record number of organizations, we will have to be appropriating at a rate of roughly 20%. But I'll give you the next few minutes to introduce and guide me through the application for the UNC Bass Fishing Club.
Yep. So want to introduce all of you to the UNC Chapel Hill Bass Fishing Club. We're currently a competitive club that aims to promote bass fishing and really providing opportunities for our members in the local waterways. In doing so, we do fun fishing and then also very competitive on a national scale. This club has been through a rebuilding process for the past 6 to 8 months, and a lot of our funding last year was spent on capital expenditures, really being able to provide our members with resources to use. We've almost gone through all of that funding from last semester, and right now we're sitting in a good spot where we have resources, but we really need funding in order for our members to use these resources and ultimately go on trips. So as you can see, our main line items, one at the top, it's the building and venue rental. This is really to store our capital expenditures from last semester. Our 2 bass boats that we do currently have, we hope to store them over at Jordan Lake. Then, we go into the capital expenditures. This, I'd say, is probably the lowest on the hierarchy. When it comes to funding for this semester, this would just be in place for maintenance to our boats and possible other supplies that we may need to purchase. I think most important for this semester is the lodging and travel, because we do plan on doing a trip to the North Carolina coast, specifically Nags Head area in April, and I project to have 15 to 20 members there. And so that is really top priority for us, is having that trip just so we can get everyone involved. This club is very unique. There's not really anything else like it. When I tell students around campus, they're like, "Oh my gosh, like we have a fishing club," and that brings a lot of people in. We also emphasize conservation. We've done a couple trash cleanup events out at Jordan Lake, and are trying to do some stuff here with Orange County as well for our drinking water. But yeah, so that's the club.
All right, thank you. Let's see. On your application, it does say that your group is unwilling to identify the student government as its sponsor. Is this accurate?
Yeah, so I put that down there. Is that for specifically for an event? Like if we hold it on, do we advertise you guys as their sponsor?
It's typically for events and publications, but yes, anything that you hold or things that you do with student government funds, as a rule, we say that you must state somewhere in those materials or at that event that the event was funded in part or whole by student government.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. My apologies for that. I thought it was specifically for publications.
Yeah, as long as we can get that confirmation here, you're more than fine.
Yeah, we won't have any of those.
And then in terms of cutting this down to fit the budget, where would you like the Senate's funds to be prioritized?
If I had to prioritize them into one section, I would say lodging. If I had to put it in a hierarchical structure, it would be lodging, travel, and then it'd go into building/venue rental. And obviously that's the hierarchical order. Obviously there's different, amounts for each, but I would like to see lodging covered, travel covered, and then honestly any extra we have for building or venue rental.
Okay. All right. Then with that, I'm going to move that we fund the category of travel at 330.
Second.
The category of building venue rental at 500.
Second.
And then what was it? Yes. The category of lodging at 420.
Second.
And then the categories of capital expenditures and supplies at 0.
Second.
All right, so with this, the UNC Bass Fishing Club has been appropriated 1,250 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate passes the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once that bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you'll be able to expend those funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. That's all that we have for you. So unless you have any further questions, you're free to go.
I do not. Thank you guys so much. Have a nice
you.
evening.
You too. Have a nice evening. We started at 10. Ugh. All right. 3 more. And then we're done. 2 of them are in Zoom call. Good afternoon, Alana. You're with Carolina Women in Economics. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
All right, good. Okay, before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funds, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next 3 to 5 minutes to discuss your organization and what you need funding for.
Cool. Thanks for having this meeting. Yeah, so we are Carolina Women in Economics, and we are a club that supports women in the field of economics at UNC and beyond by primarily providing professional and academic resources to UNC students, such as meetings with professors, a mentorship program within the club between underclassmen and upperclassmen. And we also try to create a sense of community by having social events where the members could just get to know each other and hang out. And one of the initiatives that we wanted to implement this semester was being able to bring in a professional photographer to do headshots for our members for their LinkedIn and while applying to jobs and things like that, as well as potentially bring in a speaker or Zoom them in or whatever that may look like. So I unfortunately do not have the funding request because I was not the one who submitted it. But we are primarily asking for funds for the photographer and then to potentially bring in a speaker for the club, or host a social event with an activity for our members towards the end of the semester.
All right. Now, in turn, okay. On your application, it does say the group is unwilling to identify student government as its sponsor. Is this accurate?
Sorry, meaning what exactly?
So, okay, as a rule, any organization that receives funds from student government must state somewhere in the event they hold, publication they make, or any comparable venue that they state that such a thing was funded either in part or whole by student government funds.
Okay, I think that was a mistake then. Is there a way for us to change that?
As long as we can get the verbal confirmation here, that's
Oh, yes, we are willing to identify the Senate as a sponsor.
okay. Then that out of the way, the next issue is cutting this down to fit the budget. Where would you like the Senate to prioritize its funding?
Whatever category a photographer would fit into.
All right. Okay. Then I'm going to move that we fund the category of supplies at $100.
Okay.
Second.
Category of printing and publicity at wait, what was it? $100.
Second.
Labor fees at 150,
Second.
and building venue rental at 150,
Second.
and then lodging and travel at 0.
Second.
All right, with that, Carolina Women in Economics has been appropriated $500 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to pass the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you today, though, so unless you have further questions, you're free to go. Thank you for coming.
All right. Thank you guys for hosting this. Bye.
Now, CFED. Hello. The Carolina Forum for Education Diplomacy. All right. Before we get started, I do just want to let you know we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000. And with a record number of orgs requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and sort of run me through this funding request.
Sure. Well, my name is Atharv Kripak, and I'm president of the Carolina Forum for Education and Diplomacy, or CFED. CFED is an on-campus organization that works with our educational nonprofit affiliate, the Transatlantic Forum for Education and Diplomacy, to host colloquiums and speaker series for UNC students. We invite speakers with strong backgrounds in international affairs. Past guests have included former US ambassadors, UK ambassadors, diplomats, and thought leaders. We are requesting $15,000 for this funding cycle. Last year, we hosted over 20 events and have already hosted 10 events in the fall semester. Also, for some context about our club, we have over 425 non-paying members, and CFED is an official partner of UNC Global Affairs, which is led by the UNC Vice Provost, Ambassador Barbara Stevenson. We are requesting $15,000, which will be used to pay for the honorarium of 10 different speakers this semester. This funding is crucial to our mission and impacts well over 1,000 UNC students each semester, as our events are open to all. At each of our events, students have the opportunity to network and ask questions with these individuals. For this semester, we are requesting $500 for an event with Ambassador Barbara Stevenson, $2,500 for an event with Catherine Hewitt, who works at the Department of Defense. Kate Hewitt will also be hosting a wargaming tabletop exercise with the UNC students. We are also requesting $2,000 as an honorarium for Baroness Catherine Meyer. We request $2,000 for an event with General David Petraeus, the former director of the CIA. We are also requesting $2,000 for an event with Miles Taylor, a bestseller author who served under President Bush and President Trump. The lecture will take place in partnership with UNC Global Affairs. We're also requesting $1,000 for an event with David Studdard, a world-renowned classicist. $1,500 for an event with Lord Kamal, a British politician and academic who serves in the House of Lords. And $500 for Professor Aaron Whitaker, a UNC professor and former senior analyst for the CIA. Also a note, we also coordinate with our members on who we invite. And we have a list that we offer up each semester. And to summarize, we are planning on holding at least 10 events again this semester, and we are requesting $15,000 to make that possible.
Well, it all checks out in terms of our guidelines and such. Oh, interesting. And while normally I'd ask where you'd want the Senate's funds to be prioritized, you've only requested funds in one category. So I think it's appropriate that I move to fund the category of speaker fees at $3,200.
Second.
All right, with that, the Carolina Forum for Education and Diplomacy has been appropriated $3,200 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget request will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you today, though. So if you do not have any further questions, you are free to go. Of
Wonderful. Thank you.
course.
Hey, Andrew. So we had someone who didn't, Andrew, you there? Okay, yeah. So we have for someone right now where they took the test 2 weeks ago, and then I guess they didn't know about the registry. They emailed Logan, and then they're like, see, we didn't get our score back. We didn't pass. It's not on us. You guys should have told us. I don't know. Do you want to say no, you can't have your hearing anyways, or what?
The registry is public on the funding website.
Yeah, because I'm just confused. I thought if they went to the mandatory meeting, they'd know about the registry, but
Yeah, and at the orientation meeting, I said if you have questions about your treasurer's test score, you could email me. So like, I feel like we've given opportunities. Um, just tell them that they can apply in the subsequent.
yeah, okay. All right, thanks. Yeah, the request is literally under 1,500, so they could apply.
Oh, yeah, that just let them know that like subsequent they can apply for up to 1,500. It shouldn't make a difference.
Yeah, alrighty, thanks.
Cool. Hope our 440 comes in. Good afternoon, both of you with the Mental Health Service Initiative.
Yes.
All right, one moment. Okay, before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of roughly $420,000 and with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and give me a rough outline of this funding application.
Okay, so a little bit about the Mental Health Service Initiative. We formed MHSI to provide mental health resources and basic necessities to the unhoused population in Chapel Hill. Mental health is one of the main reasons that people end up without a home. And by increasing the awareness of the effects of mental illness and providing these resources for the unhoused population, we're hoping to be able to increase the mental stability to be able to provide for people to be able to provide for themselves. Our club strives to decrease the stigma as well between the UNC student population and the unhoused population in Chapel Hill and create more of a community sentiment. And we feel like by holding events like the Paint and Sip, where the whole community is invited to join, we're going to be able to come together in a unique way and build stronger and better bonds.
Yes, so we want funding mostly to reach out to more people and have a greater impact within our programs and increase our impact with students and the greater community. And through funding, it allows us to connect to organizations and professional works more effectively And our funding is mostly operational costs because we are just starting as an organization. So we're looking at more publicity and storage costs, costs for supplies that for programs that bridge students and unhoused population, and so funding for kind of a leeway for fundraising and creating kits and donations for the unhoused population.
All right.
Mm.
All right. Well, everything fits within our personal guidelines. In terms now of cutting this down to fit within our budget, where would you like to see the Senate prioritize our funding? Oh. I actually did just notice you have applied for food funding. We cannot fund that outside of the food insecurity cycle, which occurred last fall, so we won't be able to fund that, but we can everything else. So with that in mind, what would you like us to prioritize our funding towards?
We have the speaker event, which the funding will kind of cover the speaker expenditure and venue rentals. And we have another event that's community cleanup where we make clothing and daily necessities through supplies that the funding will go towards.
All right, then with that, I'm going to move that we fund the category of building venue rental at 450.
Second.
The category of speaker fees at 1,500.
Second.
The category of supplies at 1,250.
Second.
And then the categories of travel, printing and publicity, and food at 0.
Second.
All right, so with that, the Mental Health Service Initiative has been appropriated $3,200 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate meets to hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or use of their P cards for purchases up front. But that is all we have for you today. So unless you have further questions, you are free to go. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now we are done, but subcommittee 2 is still doing stuff. So we'll hold tight and then come together.
bad. That happens every time I switch my mics.
Good afternoon. You're the Carolina Neuroscience Club. It's my understanding that you've not passed the treasurer's test.
That is a fact, but let me give you some context to that. Um, my treasurer submitted his treasurer's test and never heard back about his score, so he never knew that he didn't pass and that he had to retake it. Additionally, he emailed the contacts that were listed to check about his score and did not hear back from them either. So I feel like we tried everything on our part to make sure we were ready for appropriations, but I feel like we weren't met where we were supposed to be.
Let me check my email. I don't seem to have communication.
I sent an email to I'll tell you the exact email.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I'll tell you the exact email address. So in the email that was sent out on January 21st, right? This is like, good afternoon, organizational treasurer is like, please see the following spreadsheet for all the hearing times. So there it says email myself or Treasurer Grodsky at usgtreasurer@unc.edu if you have any questions regarding the test. So I sent an email to that USG treasurer at unc.edu, and I have proof of it too.
Now, okay. On the notification of the treasurer's test back in the summer, Treasurer Grodsky was experiencing issues with results not being sent out, so he created the registry of certified organizational treasurers, which is updated daily and can be found on the Senate's funding website. Maybe the executive branch's Heal Life. I'm not sure about that, but it is a public document that has all of the results from the treasurer's test. Additionally, during the orientation meetings, I stated that if treasurers had questions about their test score, they could email me and I would let them know. It's my understanding that Treasurer Grodsky directs people towards the registry, but I've been responding to everyone who asks with their score. We do require that all organizations pass the treasurer's test by the time of their hearing, and so seeing as how that's not the case with the registry and opportunity to be told of the score available, there's not much that we can do to change that. We will have the subsequent cycle of appropriations open mid-February, or the application will be at the end of February. Information will be released on that in mid-February, where you'll be able to apply for up to 1,500. Looking at your application now, it's only for 1,370, so applying for that same amount should not be an issue as long as you pass the treasurer's test by the time of that hearing.
Well, we were hoping, I know Vice Chair Josh mentioned that the schedule today and tomorrow is full.
Yeah.
We were hoping that you can make an exception and give us 15 minutes at another time, because I mean, my treasurer can resubmit the treasurer's test a couple more times until it takes for him to pass. But I think the issue here, the reason why we are arguing for this is because, one, I don't think it was a fault on our part that led to this, because I think my treasurer did everything he should have done. But whether or not that email was transferred from Grodsky to you, I don't think that's my treasurer's fault. And so that's all I'm saying, that I don't think we did anything wrong in that.
So the list is public as well. Like it is publicly accessible.
But like in all fairness, I did attend the budget meeting, and so did the other Carolina Neuroscience Club member here. But even in the link, the Senate funding link that Vice Chair Josh pasted, it still only says please contact Treasurer Grodsky. And it also says the same on the budget meeting email that you sent. So and even in the Google form itself of the test, there was nothing there's this Google Doc public that'll say everyone it just says you'll get your score in a day, and if not, then email Treasurer Grodsky. So that's exactly what I did.
So on the test, there's a link to check your score.
or on the Senate fund, the
Wh- Where
senate.unc.edu
exactly?
/funding, under step 1, if you have any questions or on whether or not you've passed the test, the registry of certified organizational treasurers can be found here, and that hyperlinks to the registry that is updated daily, most recently yesterday. And that has been there since the fall when the registry was created. So it is public information. Now, at the end of the day, we will not be able to provide funds to the Carolina Neuroscience Club in this cycle since you've not passed the treasurer's test. In terms of accommodating your group later on, we create budgets for each subcommittee each night at the outset, and so rescheduling organizations who do not pass the treasurer's test, miss their hearing, or any of the like, we do not have the ability to make greater accommodations for them out of fairness to all organizations. But again, I encourage you to apply for funds in the subsequent cycle. There is a chance that the appropriations rate will be higher then, so you might get more money. I can't speak to that until applications are finished, but there is a chance. But yeah, there's not much that we can do now in terms of accommodation.
Okay. Well, in that case, I guess we'll apply in the subsequent cycle. Well, thank you for hearing us out.
Of course.
Yes, thank you so much for your time. We once again appreciate and understand how crazy it can get. So we appreciate you hearing us out and are looking forward to talking again soon.
Of course.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Did it go well?
Yeah, they'll be applying in the subsequent cycle.
Okay, like I said, yeah. All right, sounds good.
Oh, did you formally appropriate amounts to them?
No.
Okay, then in that case, I move that we appropriate 0 in all categories to the Carolina Neuroscience Club.
Second.
Thank you. Let's see. I am 27 left. I have 27 left over. You have about 1,400. That seems good. Are there any other issues from today that you have, Josh?
Nope, it is that one.
All right, cool. Then in that case, looks like we are good to go. Unnecessary. Well, great job, everybody. Thank you for spending your Saturday here. We've got one more on Wednesday. See, but at this time, I call this meeting of the Finance Committee adjourned at 5:03 p.m. Thank you, and I'll see you all on Tuesday.